The doom of Valyria began as a whisper in the fire. Varamor Ballyri stood before the great brazier in the Hall of Nine Flames and listened while the fire showed him the end of the world. The hall had been carved from black stone that no hammer could crack and no chisel could bite, raised in the earliest days when the 14 flames were still young and the dragons were small enough to perch on mortal shoulders. Pillars like frozen smoke coiled up to a vault of obsidian stars. The brazier at its heart burned with no wood and no coal, only powder ground from dragonbone, shards of dragonglass, and oils distilled from the vents of the mountains themselves. The fire it made was not red nor gold nor orange. It burned in hues that had no name in any tongue but High Valyrian. Varamor's bare feet felt the pulse of the earth through the floor, the distant thunder of molten stone forever moving beneath the smoking hills. The mountain's heartbeat had always steadied him. Tonight it frightened him. He saw towers collapsing into seas of molten rock. He saw streets split open like rotten fruit, and dragonfire swallowed by something hotter and older. He saw the 14 flames erupt together in a single scream of red and white, throwing a crown of burning stone high into the sky. And beneath all of that, under the chaos and ruin, he felt a deeper tearing. The snapping of threads so fine that only those trained in the highest arts of blood and fire could sense them. "The foundations," he murmured, more to himself than to the others in the hall, "are fraying." "You say that every time you look," Vela answered, her voice cool and amused. "One might suspect you of cowardice, cousin." Vela Ballyri's lounged like a cat on her seat of fused bone and steel, the high-backed throne carved in the shape of a dragon's claws clutching the air. Her hair, the silver gold of their purest line, fell in straight sheets down her shoulders, catching the strange light and turning it to pale flame. Her eyes, lilac and luminous, watched the visions in the brazier with cool, hungry attention. Around them, the other 8 Dragonlords of the Conclave sat in their own thrones, each fashioned from trophies of conquest, ships' prows, armored helms, skulls of beasts long dead. The smoke and light painted their faces into masks. "We have always been fraying," rasped old Merix Olaros, whose beard had turned the color of ash. "Every empire rots at the edges before it crumbles. The Andals carve up the west. The Roinar wither along the river. Even our own slaves rebel in the mines. This is no new thing, Varamor." "It is not the empire that frays," Varamor said. "It is the skein." The word hung in the air like a note plucked from the string of a harp. Even Vela's smile faded. They all felt it when they looked deeply enough. Centuries of labor, runes laid in bone and stone, sigils whispered into the wombs of noble women, bindings written in blood across the very foundations of the world. The skein was more than prophecy. It was purpose, intention woven into the flesh of nations. "The 14 have fed us visions for 1,000 years, said Vela. "Some sweet, some bitter. Doom is always among them. So is triumph. We choose which to make real." "And some we cannot choose," Varamor said. "Some paths are so heavy with blood they drag the world with them." He turned his eyes away from the brazier and looked to the far end of the hall, past the thrones, past the carved dragons that coiled along the walls. There stood the Pillar of Weaving, a column of obsidian lifted from the deepest roots of the earth, polished until it drank the light like a bottomless pool. Etched into it were lines that seemed to move if one stared too long. Thin grooves and shallow cuts that traced patterns impossible to follow, intersecting, joining, parting, wrapping back on themselves. To the untrained eye, it was madness. To the Conclave of Nine, it was history, present, and 1,000 possible futures all at once. "A century ago," Varamor said, "we inscribed the Andal kings into the skein. We bent their bloodlines like reeds, married sword to faith, land to ambition, shaped their invasions so they would break the first men but not erase them. We laid down the seeds for later unions, north and south, old gods and new. Each stroke we cut into that stone was a war, a marriage, a child conceived. And prevented," Vela cut in. "Do not forget those. Varamore's throat tightened. He never forgot. How many babes did we call back into the dark with a word? Merrick's wondered. Not for the first time. How many lords and ladies did we steer into different beds, or knives into different backs? We are gardeners deciding which branches to prune, Varamore. And now the tree pulls away from our hand, Varamore answered. The brazier's light twisted. For an instant, he saw something that did not belong in melted stone and roaring flame. A field of ice stretching to the end of the world, a faint blue light pulsing beneath it like a heartbeat. My lords and ladies, Varamore said softly, we are not the only ones weaving. A murmur rippled through the hall. Show us, Vela said. He reached forward and plunged both hands into the fire. The pain should have been unbearable. Once, long ago, it had been. His palms were a lattice of pale scars because of it. Now the pain was an old friend, sharp and clean. The flames clung to his skin, ran up his arms in bright streams, licked his face. He inhaled, drawing the fire in like breath. The hall fell away. He stood high above the world, on no tower that stone could build. Below was a map of continents and seas, clouds moving like breath across them. Threads of light rose from certain points. Valyria, a blinding sunburst, but also Old Town, and a cold fortress in the north, and a city of black and white on a lagoon, and a rough isle crowned with a broken tower. Between them ran lines, some bright, some dull, some nearly gone. Each line was a bloodline, a covenant, a war. Varamore could see them as clearly as a scribe reading letters on a page. There, a line that ran from the smoking mountains to a bleak island in the narrow sea, where dragons nested in crags of black stone. From that island, threads spread outward, to a forested land of wolves, to a green river valley, where lions prowled, to storm-lashed coasts where stags ruled, to isles of krakens, to reaches with roses, to a dread fortress where flayed men smiled. He watched those lines thicken and merge. Wars flared brief and bright along them, little bursts of red light. Aegon with his sisters, a black dragon banner rising in rebellion generations later. Towers burning, a king felled by wildfire beneath his own city. Another king, younger, laughing, dying with purple on his lips. We have guided them, Vela's voice said behind him, though she stood far away in the hall. We chose where their madness lay, where their genius dwelled, which of their children were granted the gift of dragon dreams. And yet, Varamore lifted his hand. From far in the north rose another network, cold and clear. It was not a net of warm gold and red like their skein, but a lattice of blue-white frost, lined straight and rigid, intersecting at sharp angles. It ran beneath the ice and snow, under dead forests and frozen lakes, a hard geometry that made him shiver. Something moved within it, a mind as vast as any volcano's heart, slow and cold. It was not born of Valyria. As he watched, tendrils of that cold lattice reached down, almost touching certain nodes of their own skein. A tower by the sea full of secrets, a heart tree in the godswood of a northern stronghold, a boy with dark hair and gray eyes, born of ice and fire bow. We are not alone, Varamore said. Our work draws its eye. We have always known of them, Merrick said, his voice little more than a breath in Varamore's ear. The cold kings beyond the end of the world, the first sorcerers of ice. They were bound and broken in the long night. We remember stories, Varamore answered. Their lattice sleeps, but it is not broken. Our skein binds their prison as much as it shapes men's lives. If we fail, if we err. The vision shuddered. He saw the 14 flames erupting. He saw Valyria devoured by its own heart. He saw their skein, painstakingly carved over centuries, torn apart in an instant as fissures ripped through the mountain's roots. Each broken line lashed out, snapping, whipping through the fabric of the world like a broken cable. Cities fell. Seas boiled. The cold lattice beneath the north brightened, freed of the pressure that held it. Ice swept south in a tide. He pulled his hands from the fire with a strangled cry. The hall returned around him. The brazier's flames slipped from his skin with reluctance. His hands smoked. The flesh was raw, blistered anew, but he barely felt it over the roaring in his ears. "The doom," he said. "It comes for us. Not in centuries, not in ages. Soon." Vela's gaze was intent, not afraid. "The mountains will break, the ground will open," Varamor said. "The 14 will scream as one and tear themselves apart. Stone, steel, dragon, man. Everything in their shadow will burn. Maya, and the skein will shatter." The hall was silent. "For all our might," Merrick's murmured, "we cannot unmake the doom." "It was our hands that invited it," Varamor whispered. "We drew too deeply on the fire in the earth. We bound too much to it. There's no turning this aside. Then all of this ends," Vela said calmly. "The conclave, the skein, our dragons, our houses, all our work, all our purpose." "Unless it does not," Merrick said. The old Dragonlord levered himself up from his throne with effort, his joints protesting. He walked slowly toward the pillar of weaving. Each step echoed. "You spoke of the skein fraying," he said to Varamor. "Threads tearing free when the earth rips open. We cannot stop the earth. We can change what is bound to it." Varamor stared at the pillar. Their history, etched in obsidian. The strokes for the first Dragonlord kings. The marks for each bloodline they had nudged and pruned, from mountain clans to silver princes. Vows turned into lines. Murders turned into mere curls. Children's births scratched into stone. "The skein is anchored here," Merrick's went on. "But it is not only here. Every rune we carved, we echoed in the world. In stone circles under our strongholds, in sigils beneath the foundations of our acolytes' halls, in the bones of our dragons. We can lift it, Varamor. We can pull the skein free of the 14's roots, bind it to something else, something that will endure." "What could outlast mountains?" Vela scoffed. Merrick smiled, a thin, tired thing. "Blood. Blood." The word was sacred in Valyria. "Not just ours," he said. "All that we have touched, all that we have guided, we built our empire on their backs. Let us now hide our work in their veins. We will pull the skein from stone and inscribe it into bloodlines. The doom will come. Valyria will fall. The world will believe magic has died with us. But we will not die," Vela breathed. "Not our work," Merrick said. "Not our purpose. We shall live in whispers, in dreams, in the strange urges that drive men to wars they never meant to start and loves they cannot deny. We will be the voice in a king's ear, the itch in a maester's quill, the shadow behind a dragon's eye. The doom will not unmake us. It will free us from sight. You would make the entire world our pillar," Varamor said softly. He could taste what Merrick suggested. "No longer contained to this hall, to this city, to the servants and slaves who feared the Dragonlord's open rule. They would be everywhere and nowhere, their fingers sunk into every bloodline they had ever touched. They would shape empires from 1,000 leagues away, through the trembling hands of women in labor and the choices of boys who had never heard their names. It will take a sacrifice," Vela said, already turning toward the nearest brazier. Her eyes were alight. "A great one, the kind our forefathers only dreamed of." "Valyria is the sacrifice," Varamor said. "Our homeland, our people. The empire is a skin," Vela replied. "We are the blood beneath. Would you cling to cracked flesh and let the body die entire? Or cut away what is diseased, so the life within can survive?" Nay. There were no votes in the Conclave of Nine. They had long ago moved past such crude measures. Decisions here were made by force of will and strength of vision. Yet now, even the most arrogant among them looked between Varamor, Vela, and Merrick's. weighed on which side to stand. Varamore thought of the skein, of all the lives already twisted by their hands. The great kings who had been shepherded toward greatness, the petty tyrants whose cruelty had been stoked to serve some greater war. The children never born because a Dragonlord decided that their blood would weaken the pattern. He thought of the cold lattice beneath the far north, of a world swallowed in blue-white night. We set out to protect the world from that, he said. We saw the long night's shadow and swore we would be ready if it came again. But with every line we cut and knot we tied, we made men less free. We decided which nations would fall and which would rise. We turned people into pieces on a game board. He looked at the pillar. The lines seemed to shiver under his gaze, as if the obsidian itself regretted what it held. If we bind the skein to their blood, he went on, there will be no one left untouched. No one free of our hand. We will not only shape kings and queens, but shopkeepers and soldiers, mothers and sons. Every war, every peace, every marriage, every betrayal, from now until the last star falls, we'll have our fingers in it. Yes, Vela said simply. And the cold lattice, he asked. Will this keep it bound? Merix's eyes were far away, as if following some thread only he could see. I believe so. We will spread our weight across more pillars. Every major bloodline we have ever touched will become a stake driven into the world. To break the prison, the cold ones would have to sweep away all men. They are strong. They are ancient. But not that strong. Nanda. Varamore remembered the vision of ice sweeping south. He felt the cold in his burned hands. And if we err, he said, if we pull the skein too tight, if we breed a madness that burns the world as surely as any doom, who will stand against us then? Vela's laughter was soft. Us. We are the world. Noah. Okay. It was not decided that night, though later generations, those few who pieced together hints of what had happened, would say so. The Conclave of Nine argued for days. They summoned secret texts, consulted with dragon dreamers, sent their minds walking through the fire again and again, until their veins all but glowed. At the end of it, the Pillar of Weaving bore new cuts. They gathered beneath the oldest of the mountains, in a cavern where molten stone passed so near they could feel its heat through the rock. There, around a pool of black water that steamed and shimmered, they carved sigils into their own flesh, into their dragon's bones, into crystals cut from the 14's hearts. They bound the skein to blood. When the doom came, whether by their design or as the inevitable tantrum of a wounded earth, even they never knew. The 14 flames exploded as one. Valyria died screaming. The peninsula cracked, collapsing into the sea. Cities of pale stone and black iron melted like wax under a sun brought to earth. Dragons in their scores shrieked and burned, scales turning to steam, wings to ash. The sky filled with red storms that rained glass and fire over the smoking ruins. The Hall of Nine Flames shattered. The Pillar of Weaving split from top to bottom. The Conclave's bodies were obliterated, blown apart in an instant so hot that bone turned to vapor. But not all of them died. Their spirits, already half-tangled in the skein they had bound to blood, were drawn along those lines. They rode the screaming rush of power out across the world, blown like sparks on a storm wind. They lodged in Bloodlines like embers in dry grass. In a fortress by the sea built around a black stone tower, an old Valyrian family who had fled to avoid the politics of the capital felt something pass through them. The dragons in their caverns woke roaring as the peninsula far to the east fell into flame. Parents clutched their children, wept, looked at one another with questions they did not dare ask. In a city of canals and mist where escaped slaves hid behind masks, a young girl dreamed of dragons burning cities she had never seen. In the cold north, a stark lord standing beneath the boughs of an old white tree felt a sudden pressure in his head, as if someone had tried a door and found it locked. Lines twitched, knots held. The world believed the magic of old Valyria had died. The Dragonlords knew better. They had simply grown quiet. They whispered for centuries. They were the little voice that turned a merchant's mind to take the longer road, where he would meet the woman whose son's son would someday matter. They were the flash of temper in a lord's heart that made him reach for his sword instead of his wine at some slight that could have been laughed off. They were the sudden peace in another's breast that made him listen where he might have struck. They nudged. They pruned. They bred. The last dragons waned and died, but not all at random. They guided the weakness, making sure that for a few generations there were no whelps strong enough to carry the weight they had in mind. They wanted mankind to forget, to grow soft, so when fire came again, it would be all the more shocking. They whispered to dragon dreamers in their cribs, fed them images of ice and darkness, of swords of light and songs of fire and blood. The dreamers grew into princes and princesses, haunted all their lives by half-remembered visions, channeled into choices that shaped wars across oceans. They laid the ground for a king who would take a stag as his sigil and a hammer as his crown, whose rebellion would break a line grown too brittle, whose wrath would make certain alliances impossible and certain hatreds inevitable. They planted the idea in one prince's mind that his son needed both fire and ice in his veins. And all the while, far to the north, the cold lattice slept. But there are no prisons perfect. In time, the skein drew the eye of those it bound. The dreams began with the candle. Edrin Sand had come to the citadel at 12, all elbows and hunger, carrying nothing but a sailor's knife and a badge stamped with the striding merman of House Manderley. No one quite remembered which harbor he had been born in. Some said White Harbor, some said Old Town, some a Lycene Free Company camp. He did not correct them. Bastards learned early that the less anyone knew of them, the safer they were. He had always liked letters. They stayed where you put them mostly. If you copied them carefully, they told the same stories every time, which was more than he could say for people. At 20, he wore the thin silver ring of a novice and had the tired eyes of a man twice his age. He had copied treatises on crop rotations and ledgers of taxes, written down the confessions of lords and the last words of dying peasants with equal care. He had never seen a dragon. He believed in them the way he believed in the land beyond the maps in the library. Interesting, but far away. The glass candle came to him because he drew the short straw. "There must always be someone on watch," said Archmaester Rival, his own ring and rod and mask strung with yellow and white links for history and lore. "Even over a dead art, especially over a dead art." He walked Edrin up the winding stair of the old tower that everyone else avoided. The air grew colder as they climbed, not warmer, though the day outside was bright. The tower had once belonged to sorcerers, legend said, before the citadel had claimed it. No one had used its topmost chamber in living memory. The candle stood in the center of the room, on a plinth of veined white marble. It was taller than Edrin's forearm, slender and carved from a single piece of black glass shot through with faint green. Even unlit, it seemed to drink the light from the room. When he moved, he saw faint colors shift within it, like something sleeping. "They say they burned without flame," Rival said, looking at it with the wary respect he might have given a poisonous plant. "They say once a man lit one, he could never truly sleep again. It has not burned in centuries. The Valyrians' arts have gone the way of their mountains." "Then why watch it?" Edrin said. Ravel's smile was thin. "Because this world has a cruel sense of humor, and because the first duty of a maester is to know what is happening. If the impossible returns, I would prefer we do not learn of it from some hedge wizard 3 years too late." "No." He pointed to the narrow table by the wall. On it lay parchment, ink, and a quill. "You will note any changes," he said. "Any warmth, any light within it, any sensation you cannot name. If you dream unusual dreams, write them down, even if they make no sense, especially then." "You think a candle will visit me in my sleep?" Edrin said skeptically. "I think the things it was made for might," Revel answered. "This is drudgery, boy. Long hours of nothing. You will be cold and bored, and your arse will ache. But the world has been quiet for a long time, and my bones tell me it will not be quiet forever. Nay. He left Edrin alone with the candle. The first night, nothing happened. He sat by the narrow window and watched Old Town's lights shimmer on the honeywine. He made a list of every word he could think of that rhymed with candle, and another list of all the curses he knew in 3 tongues. He fell asleep twice, bolting awake in panic, half expecting the candle to have crept closer when he wasn't looking. It stood dark and still. The second night, he dreamed of a dragon's eye. He woke with his heart hammering, the image burning behind his lids. It had filled his vision entirely. A slit pupil, the iris a whirl of molten gold, an orange flecked with red scales, around it black as the inside of a chimney. When it blinked, he had felt heat wash over him like a blast from a forge. He could not remember anything else. No words, no sound. He wrote it down anyway. The third night, he tried to stay awake. He propped his eyelids open with his fingers, paced, recited the names of all the conquerors' kings and their queens. The air in the tower grew colder still, his breath fogging whenever he exhaled. His ink stiffened in its pot. The candle did not move, but when he laid his fingers on it, he felt a faint warmth, as if it were remembering something. His eyes closed for only a moment. He stood somewhere very high. Wind tore at him, cold and sharp, carrying the tang of snow and something older. Something like iron and old blood. When he looked down, he saw nothing beneath his feet. Only whirling flakes of white and a darkness so deep it made his head swim. Far, far below, tiny as a child's drawing, he saw a wall of ice stretching from one horizon to the other. He saw a boy on top of that wall, dark hair whipped by the wind, eyes the color of storm clouds. The boy stared north with an expression Edrin could not name, a mix of fear and longing and something like hunger. Behind the boy, in the dark, something watched. "Who are you?" Edrin asked. The boy did not seem to hear, but something else did. There was a shift, a crackle like ice underfoot. For a heartbeat, Edrin saw lines, thin white bars running beneath the snow, neat and straight, intersecting at angles too sharp to be comfortable. They reached up toward him, and he felt a cold attention fall like a hand on his shoulder. Then something hot and furious surged between him and that cold. Fire filled his vision, no longer the golden orange of the dragon's eye, but a strange shifting color that hurt to look at. It wove itself into curves and knots, wrapping around the white lines, tightening. Edrin woke with his hands pressed flat to the candle's smooth side. It pulsed beneath his palms. He yanked his fingers away with a curse. The glass was warm. Not hot, not yet, but no longer the dead cold of old stone. He could feel it now when he shut his eyes. A pressure in his head, a thrum in his blood. Not words, not exactly. More like intention. Like standing at the mouth of a tunnel and feeling air move past him from somewhere deep and dark. He wrote it all down, his quills scratching furiously. He did not take the pages to Archmaester Rivel. The dreams did not stop. Some were simple flashes, fire boiling through cracks in the earth, towers collapsing, a city of pale stone drowning in a red wave. Others were more focused. A girl with silver hair standing before a pyre, her face streaked with ash and tears. A man with golden hair and a smug smile pushing a dark-eyed boy from a tower. A king in a velvet doublet clutching his throat as wine spilled from his cup like blood. Once, he dreamed of the pillar. He did not know it as such. He had never seen it. But he knew, with the certainty that only dreams grant, that the tall column of black stone before him was important. Lines crawled across it, shifting and twisting, forming letters from a script he did not recognize. Voices murmured in his ears, too many to separate, speaking words in High Valyrian, in the old tongue, in languages he had no name for. One voice rose above the rest. "We built this to bind the world," it said. We burned our names into its bones. We thought ourselves masters of fate. Edrin reached out in the dream and laid his fingers on the stone. He felt blood. He jerked awake with a choked sound, his hand throbbing. When he looked, his fingers were slick with red. A thin cut ran across his palm, though he had touched nothing sharp. The candle's light, there was light now. A faint greenish glow from within, shone off his blood as if off polished stone. He stared at it, heart pounding. "Who are you?" he whispered. A laugh slid through his mind. "Dry as old parchment. We are the ones who kept you from freezing in the dark." The voice spoke in his head, in his own tongue. It carried the echo of other languages behind it, a murmur like surf on distant shores. "Dragons," Edrin said hoarsely. "Valyria, the old magic. You're supposed to be dead." "We are dead in a way," the voice allowed. "Our flesh has burned. Our towers have fallen. Our empire has been swallowed by the sea. But our purpose remains." "Your purpose?" "To keep the world from breaking." Images tumbled through his mind. Men in furs pushing back creatures made of night and ice. A woman on a wall of flame holding back shadows with a sword that burned like the sun. He saw armies marching, dragons wheeling overhead, a blue-white tide crushing cities to glass. "We saw what lay beyond the end of the world," the voice said. "We saw the first winter. We saw what it did. We swore it would not return. We built walls you cannot see and bonds you cannot feel. We shaped nations so they would be ready when the cold came again. By making them fight your wars," Edrin said before he could stop himself. "By deciding who lives and who dies." The voice shifted, amused. "You see more than most who look into us," it said. "That is why you were given to the candle." "I was given to it because I drew the short straw," Edrin muttered. "There is no such thing as chance," the voice replied mildly. He wanted to argue. Instead, he found himself asking, "Why talk to me?" "Because the skein tightens," the voice said. "Because the moment we have prepared for draws near. Because some lines we mean to tie will pass through your hands, little scribe." Edrin thought of his ink-stained fingers, of the accounts and letters he copied. It sounded absurd. Yet the pressure in his skull and the blood on his hand felt very real. "What lines?" he asked, despite himself. The candle brightened. He saw a girl on a windswept plain, silver hair whipping in the hot wind. 3 dragons circling overhead. He saw a boy in black atop a wall of ice, sword drawn, breath smoking in the air. He saw a man with a golden crown and a heavy hammer, his face ruddy from wine and rage. He saw a city with a great red keep, its gates splintering as armies closed in. He saw threads connecting them, thin strands of light that ran through their chests, their hands, their eyes, back through the past into the darkness where the candle's light could not reach. "We have nurtured these lines for centuries," the voice said. "Matings chosen, wars arranged, oaths forged. Each step has led to this. The Dragon Queen, the wolf of ice and fire, the stag who broke the dragon's grip, the lions, the krakens, the roses, the vipers, all part of the pattern." "Pattern," Edrin said slowly. "You mean you've planned all of this?" "Of course." Thousands of years of history flashed behind Edrin's eyes, conquests and rebellions, dynasties and disasters. Each, he realized with a sick feeling, might have been nudged or shoved into place by hands no one knew existed. He thought of people, not kings. The apprentice who might have gone home but instead walked down a different alley and met a girl whose laughter kept him in that city. The farmer who planted barley instead of wheat because his wife preferred the taste, and thus had enough to feed a wandering sellsword who lived to sire a line that would someday matter. How many tiny choices had never really been theirs? "We are not cattle," Edrin said softly. The voice was silent for a moment. "You are threads," it said at last. "You weave yourselves into patterns whether we touch you or not. We merely ensure the pattern that emerges is one that keeps the world from ending. Without us, chaos. Without us, ice. "And you are so sure you know better than we do," he said. "We see more," the voice replied. "That is what knowledge is. That is what power is for." The candle's glow dimmed a little, as if the thing inside had turned away. "Sleep, little scribe," the voice said, almost kindly. "There is much work to do. You will have your part." He did not sleep. He walked the tower until dawn, mind racing. He should tell Rival. He should run to the Archmaesters and shout that the old magic was not dead, that dragons' ghosts were whispering in his ears, that the world's history had been guided by invisible hands. They would lock him away. Or worse, they would believe him. He thought of the Citadel's power, the way the Maester's ravens carried word faster than king's riders, the way their council shaped lords' choices from Dorne to the Wall. If the Dragonlords' spirits sank their claws into this place, into these men, they would have a new pillar without the old one needing to exist. Their skein would thicken. He wrapped his bleeding hand in a scrap of linen and said nothing. Weeks passed. He kept his watch. The candle burned now with a steady lambent glow, visible only to him at first, then faintly even to others. Some nights its light filled the whole room, casting shifting shadows on the stone that looked like wings. Other novices rotated through the duty. None of them wrote as much as Edrin. He peeked at their notes when he could. Most were empty. A few mentioned strange dreams, but none as vivid as his. They chose you, he thought, thinking of the voice. No doubt. They picked lines that passed near you. They tugged here and there until you ended up where they wanted. The thought made him feel simultaneously important and used. The dreams grew deeper. One night, he walked along a vast tapestry suspended in darkness. Each thread glowed faintly, some brighter than others. Faces floated in the strands, flickering, men and women, old and young, their features shifting subtly as the lines crossed and merged. He reached out and touched one at random. He saw a girl with auburn hair riding toward a smoky inn, her jaw tight, her hand on a dagger. He saw her seize a dwarf at sword point and call him murderer. He saw that act send ripples through the strands, wars, betrayals, deaths he could not fully grasp. He let go, shaken. "Your people are not cattle," the voice said. "They are fire and dry grass. Left unattended, they burn everything without purpose. And you give the fire purpose," he said bitterly. "We give it walls to burn within," the voice said. "So the rest of the world does not go with it." "Who are you?" he asked again. "Not Valyria, not just ghosts. You speak like you are one thing, but there were many of you." Silence stretched. "At last," the voice said, "we are the memory of those who would not let the world die. We were 9. We are less. We are more. We are the skein itself now. And you, Edrin stand with a knife beside it." He felt suddenly as if he held something fragile in his hands. Something vast and terrible and delicate as a spider's web. "What do you want of me?" he whispered. "We want you to write," the voice said simply. "We want you to record. The pattern tightens. Wars are coming, here and across the sea. Blood will run in the streets of a red city and a green one, on a wall of ice and in a field of fire. You will see some of it. You will hear more. Write it true. Keep knowledge. We cannot be everywhere. Not now. Not yet. We must watch through the eyes that can bear us." "And if I refuse?" he asked. The candle's light dimmed. "Then the world will burn or freeze in a fashion less pleasing to us," the voice said. "And you will still be a thread in it. Your refusal will be a knot of its own. There is no outside." When the letter came bidding the Citadel send a new maester north to replace an old one nearing his end, Edrin was in the tower, quill in hand, trying to map some small piece of the tapestry in his mind. He had been drawing lines between names: Stark, Baratheon, Lannister, Targaryen, Tyrell, trying to see where the threads thickened. There was a knock. Revel entered, his expression unreadable. "You have a good hand," the Archmaester said without preamble. You see more than ink. You notice where the numbers change and the names repeat. You do not talk more than you must. These are qualities a lord in the north will value. No. Edrin's mouth went dry. Winterfell, Rival said, handing him the folded parchment. You leave within the fortnight. The candle's light behind him flared. He did not need to open the letter to know its contents. In his dreams, he had walked the halls of a great gray castle beneath a weeping sky, felt the eyes of stone kings watching from their crypts. He had watched a boy fall from a tower and a man kneel in the godswood, and a king's bastard look north with longing. The skein, the voice whispered, tightening. Edrin wondered if he had chosen anything in his life. He bowed to Rival. He went back to the novice's dormitory and packed what few belongings he had. That night he climbed the tower one last time. He stood before the candle and put his hand on it. I am not yours, he said. No? The voice asked, amused. I am not a piece you move, he said. I am a man. I will serve the north as a maester. I will do my duty by the lords I am given. I will write what I see, but I will decide what that means. Not you. For a moment, there was only the quiet hum in his head. Then the voice said thoughtfully, choice is a kind of thread as well. We weave with what we are given. Go north, little scribe. Do your duty. We shall see what pattern you knit. The candle cooled beneath his hand. For the first time since he had been set to watch it, Edrin felt it truly still. He had the uncomfortable sense that he had just been given permission to do exactly what they wanted. He went north anyway. The air grew colder with each league. He rode in a wagon with other travelers for much of the way. Merchants bound for King's Landing, a septon with wine on his breath. Two black brothers returning to the wall after escorting south, a convict who had tried to climb over. They talked of kings and taxes, of harvests and wars, of Prince Rhaegar dead on the trident, of King Robert on the Iron Throne, of the last of the Dragonlords fled east with her mad father's bones. No one talked of old magic. No one talked of threads and skeins and the cold lattice beneath the world. Yet Edrin saw lines everywhere now. When the wagon stopped at an inn near the neck and a man with dark hair and a brooding look came in with his family, Edrin saw threads tying him to a castle by the sea and to a girl with auburn hair far to the south. When a knight in fox sigil laughed too loudly at some crude jape, he saw strands tying that laughter to a future quarrel, to a duel, to a death on a riverbank years from now. He told himself he was imagining it. He told himself he had been too long with the candle. The first sight of Winterfell took his breath away. Gray stone walls rose from the hills like they had grown there, older than the kings who had claimed them. Steam rose from the hot springs that fed the castle's heart, ghostly in the cold air. The godswood's trees stood beyond the walls, tall and dark, and above them the red leaves of the heart tree moved in a wind Edrin could not feel. Lines converged here. He felt it as surely as he had felt the candle's warmth. He presented Rival's letter to the guards at the gate, gave his name as Edrin, just Edrin, and was led through courtyards and along ramparts to the maester's tower. Luwin was older than Edrin had expected, his hair thinning, his hands spotted with age, but his eyes sharp. He looked Edrin over with a practiced glance, taking in the rings on his chain, the ink stains on his fingers, the lines at the corners of his mouth. History and ravenry, Luwin said, weighing the links. And a touch of healing. More books than blood, I see. I know the ways of commerce, Edrin said. My mother traded in 3 ports. Numbers tell stories as surely as letters. Do they? Luwin's mouth twitched. You may find that useful here. The Stark accounts are honest, at least, which is more than I can say for some houses I've served. No. He put Edrin to work that very day, showing him the rookery, the ledgers, the stores. Edrin threw himself into it gratefully. Numbers and words were solid. They did not whisper in the back of his head when he touched them. At night, though, when the castle grew quiet and the wind keened around the towers, he felt threads. He watched Robb Stark, heir to Winterfell, sparring in the yard. The boy's movements were good but not great. his balance strong. Lines ran through his arms and legs into the stone beneath his feet, south into a girl whose face Edrin had seen in dreams, east into a field stained red. He watched the youngest boy, Bran, climbing towers like a squirrel. Threads surrounded him like a web. Some led upward, into an impossible sky. Others curled downward, into earth and roots. One ran along the wall to that dark-haired boy Edrin had seen in his first dream. Jon Snow, they called him. The bastard. When Edrin first saw Jon, he forgot to breathe. It was not that the youth was remarkable in appearance. Brown hair, gray eyes like many in the north, a face still more boy than man. Yet, lines burned around him, bright as if newly inked. Some were warm, gold and red, smelling of old fire and salt. Others were cold, sharp as winter air. They twisted together in a knot in the lad's chest. You, Edrin thought, staring from the walkway as the boy hacked at a straw target with a wooden practice sword. You are what they made you. Ice and fire both. Jon turned his head, as if he had felt something. For a moment, their eyes met. Edrin felt something like the candle's heat, and the cold lattice's chill collide behind his ribs. The boy frowned, troubled, then shook it off and went back to his drill. The god's wood was worse. When Edrin walked beneath its boughs, he felt watched. The heart tree's face had been carved centuries ago. The lips parted, the eyes deep and red, sap like dried blood streaking its bark. He had seen weirwood faces before, once, on the road north, but he had never felt one look at him. This one did. Lines converged around the tree. Some were old, gray with the weight of generations. Others were bright, fresh, reaching far south and farther north still. The weirwood was a knot of its own, a different sort of pattern. He stood before it, feeling very small. The Valyrian voice in his head was quiet here. He understood why only after he closed his eyes and listened. The heart tree murmured. Not words, not as the candle had. Feelings, images. He saw snow falling in woods untouched by men, wolves running through the dark, children with eyes like the heart trees climbing its branches and whispering secrets into its leaves. We were here before your fire kings. Something in that murmur said, old and slow. We watched the first men come with bronze axes. We watched them kneel and swear and bury their dead in stone. We felt when the cold ones came, when they walked the night with eyes like stars. We gave the living the strength to push them back. And where were you when the Dragonlords carved their skein? Edrin murmured. Watching, the feeling said. Waiting. Trees are patient. He remembered the wall of ice in his dream. The boy standing on it. You know them, Edrin said. The ones beyond the end of the world. We remember, came the rustle. We remember too well. And the fire weavers? He asked. The voices that whisper in the candle? The hard trees, leaves shivered. They came late, it said. Hot and young. They thought themselves bright. They carved their lines and pulled at blood and bone. They did not ask. They did not listen. You could have stopped them, Edrin said. We do not cut. We grow. He thought of the skein, of lives twisted without consent. Is there a way to stop them? He asked. To cut their hands from the threads. The tree was silent for a long time. At last, the rustle said, there is always a knife. The question is what it cuts. He dreamed that night of a pillar of obsidian standing in a forest of white trees. Vines had grown up its side, cracking the stone, worming into the grooves of its etched lines. Hands, human, calloused rough, reached up to pull at those vines. Some threads snapped, others bent. The voice in his head burned with anger when he woke. You go where you should not, it said. You listen where you should not. You are not the only ones who remember, Edrin said aloud, in the cold darkness of his small room near the rookery. You are not the only ones who can see. We see more than any tree, the voice snapped. We see far beyond the north. We see Essos, and the isles and cities older than Winterfell's first stone. We see the comet that will come, the dragons that will wake, the dead that will march. We know what must be done. Do you? Edrin asked softly. Or do you know what you want? Silence. A drawn breath. You are a small man, the voice said, almost gently. You stand at a crossroads you cannot imagine. Your choice is to walk as we have laid the ground, or to flail against a tide that will drown you. What you call rebellion, we call waste. What you call order, I call chains, he said. We do not have time for this, the voice said. The first war has already begun. He saw, in a flash, a king in the south riding out to hunt where no game waited. A boy with golden hair writing something in a book with a shaking hand. A blade, glinting in torchlight, poised above a sleeping man's heart. He saw a wolf lord kneeling in the godswood, a raven coming to his window, a child falling. He could not stop any of it. The next morning, the raven came from King's Landing. Edrin watched Lord Eddard Stark's jaw tighten as he read, watched his eyes close briefly. He did not need to know the words to know a friend was dead. Kings died. They always did. The pattern rolled on. The skein tightened. War came. They called it the War of 5 Kings later. At the time, it was chaos. Ravens flew in and out of the rookery in a frenzy. Edrin's world shrank to ink and claw, to messages coming and going, to sealing wax and hurried meals and nights on the tower roof, staring south at a horizon he could not see. He watched Robb leave Winterfell with the banners of the North behind him, a boy carrying the weight of a kingdom because the skein had cut his father from one line and knotted him into another. He watched Jon Snow ride north with the Black Brothers, anger and hurt tensing his shoulders. He watched Bran's eyes grow distant, as if part of him were always somewhere else now. Every choice they made, he felt the tug of on the lines. When Robb chose one path for his army instead of another, threads knotted differently far away. When Catelyn Stark chose to free a prisoner, a dozen lines shivered in response. He wrote it all down. He sent reports to the Citadel, to the lords who asked, to the ones who didn't know enough to ask. He kept a second set of notes for himself, in a script no one else could read, mapping what he could of the pattern. Across the sea, in his dreams, he saw the girl with silver hair walking slowly into a fire. 3 new threads burst like comets from that moment, bright and wild and terrible. Dragons wheeled over the dry grass. She rode east with them, learning their moods and tempers, hardening herself in the crucible of conquest. At first, Edrin thought she would simply follow the lines laid for her. Free a city here, burn some slavers there, gather power, cross the sea when the time was right to restore the line that had sired her. The voice in his head hummed with satisfaction each time she made a choice they approved. Then one night, she dreamed of a pillar of obsidian in a forest of white trees. She did not know what it was. She had never seen Winterfell's godswood, but the image troubled her. She woke with the taste of leaves on her tongue and the sound of wind and branches in her ears. Though outside her tent, the air of the red waste was still. Who put that in her head? Edrin wondered, sitting bolt upright in his narrow bed, heart hammering. That was not the skein's usual image. That was... He went to the godswood at dawn. The heart tree watched him with its red eyes. You're reaching farther, he said. Even across the sea. Leaves rustled. She dreamed of us, the feeling said. A girl of fire and blood, with dragons bound to her. She will matter. We wish to see what she was. And, Edrin asked. She burned, the heart tree said simply. Edrin didn't know if that was praise or warning. The pattern grew more tangled. Kings died. New ones rose to proclaim themselves. A boy sat on the Iron Throne with a crown too large for his head and cruelty too large for his years. Another proclaimed himself king in the north and won victories that sent songs racing up and down the realm. With each war won, each truce broken, Edrin felt the skein adjust. The Valyrian voice in his head murmured approval at some choices, impatience at others. "You cannot let the lions take too firm a grip," it said when news came of some fresh Lannister victory. "They are useful, their pride and ruthlessness. But if they rule uncontested, there will be no need for the Dragon Queen. We require tension." They spoke of people the way a farmer spoke of his fields. "You are playing with men's lives," Edrin said one night, exhausted and angry, ink under his nails and smoke in his lungs from a day spent sealing messages. "We are shaping a defense," the voice replied. "Do not mistake the pain of sharpening for cruelty. Without edges, a blade is useless. And if your sharpening cuts too deep?" he asked. "If you grind until the sword snaps?" "We are not fools," the voice said. "We have done this for centuries. We know how far to press. We have prevented more disasters than you can imagine." Edrin thought of the cold lattice, sleeping still beneath the north. "Do you?" he murmured. He began to sense something under the Valyrian voice now. A strain, a thinning. Some lines ran taut as drawn bowstrings, others frayed at their edges. The world was not as pliant as it had once been. More people dreamed. He heard it from Raven's letters, in the half-drunk mutterings of men around the hall's fire, in the quiet confessions of servants who came to him with fevers and fears. They dreamed of dragons, of ice, of walking corpses and burning cities. The skein was humming hard enough that it began to vibrate in ordinary minds. Jon Snow wrote no letters, but word came south of his doings from black brothers whose maesters were less discreet. Edrin heard of wildlings gathered in numbers unseen in living memory, of things in the woods with blue eyes, of dead men who did not stay dead. He saw in dreams Jon standing before a ring of figures pale as moonlight, their eyes sapphire shards. Lines of cold leaked from them, straight and sharp, spiderwebbing across the snow until they touched the warm skein that ran through the boy's chest. He saw that contact jolt the pattern like a struck bell. "They are waking," the Valyrian voice said, almost satisfied. "Good. Good. We cannot fight an enemy that never moves. Let it rise so we may strike it when the blade is ready. And if the blade is not ready," Edrin demanded, "if you misjudged, if your centuries of breeding and nudging and war are not enough?" "We do not misjudge," the voice said sharply. Yet he tasted something like doubt beneath its anger. The heart tree in Winterfell's godswood murmured a different story. "We remember the first time," it said in the rustle of its leaves. The watchers on the wall grew complacent. The cold came slow. They did not feel it until it was at their throats. It took all we were and all the Fire Children's strength to push it back. "Can you do it again?" Edrin asked. The leaves shivered. "We are fewer," it said. "The forests are smaller. The songs are quieter. We can reach through fewer roots." "And the Fire Children?" he asked. "The dragons slept," the tree said. "The Fire Kings burned their home. They cling now like ghosts to threads of their own making." The contempt in that thought was soft and deep. "They think they can hold the cold back alone," Edrin murmured. "They built walls," the heart tree said. "They did not ask who had first planted the stones." Edrin pressed his hand to the bark. "Is there a way," he whispered, "to make them listen to you? To make you listen to them? To make something new from both?" The tree did not answer in words. Instead, he dreamed that night of a place beneath the earth where roots and obsidian met. It was a cavern, vast and dark, the ceiling lost above in shadows. In its center rose a pillar of black stone, etched with lines that shifted and crawled. From the floor around it grew roots pale as bone, coiling up around the pillar, cracking it. Where root met stone, new patterns formed. He walked toward it, bare feet on cold rock. Something watched him from within the pillar. A familiar presence, bright and hot. Varamore, though Edrin did not know the name, studied the little figure moving in the dream. He had not expected this. The skein was theirs. They had cut it, carved it, bound themselves into it. They had pulled themselves free of the Doom's ruins and lodged in Bloodlines out of sheer will. For centuries they had whispered and nudged, using kings and queens and wars as tools. They had not meant the trees to touch their work. When they had carved the first runes, the weirwoods had been old already. The children of the forest had watched them with those two knowing eyes, whispering to stones in a tongue that sounded like rivers and wind. Valyria had been very far away then. The threat of the Cold Kings had seemed distant, contained by old oaths and old walls. They had underestimated the quiet minds. Now those pale roots pushed into their pillar. Varamore could feel it in the skein. The subtle shifts where old God's sight brushed against their lines. Not cutting, not yet, but altering the way the threads lay. It was like a second weaver's hands touching the same loom. He had argued with Vela once, long ago, that there should be a place for other powers in their design. They had carved the skein with no room for anything but their own purpose. It was a flaw he had regretted in silence for centuries. Now the flaw might undo them. He watched Edrin approach in the dream. The little scribe had been a convenience first, a mind near a glass candle that awoke when Daenerys Stormborn walked into the fire. An eye in the citadel, a hand to write what they needed recorded. The choice to send him north had made sense. Winterfell was a knot. The boy of ice and fire, the tree, the wolves, threads that needed watching. But Edrin had listened where he should have simply written. He spoke with the tree. He dreamed now of the place beneath the earth where their pillar and the old god's roots met. This, Varamore thought, could ruin everything, or remake it. "We should cut him," Vela said, her presence hissing like steam in his mind. "Prune that line. He is an irritant, nothing more. He has seen too much," Merrick's murmured from wherever his spirit lay, scattered in a dozen veins. "If he lives, he may show others. Men do not do well when they know their threads." "We've never truly seen what happens," Varamore thought, "when a thread knows it is a thread." "The boy of ice and fire suspects," Vela said. "The Dragon Queen will, in time. They are key lines. We do not need a minor scribe muddying them." "We may," Varamore answered. He watched Edrin in the dream, lay his hand on the root and the stone together. "Choice," the weirwood's murmur said. "Purpose," the skeins hum replied. They resonated. Varamore felt a tremor run through the pattern. Small, almost nothing, but there. He realized he had been wrong about one thing. They did not see everything. They could not. He remembered standing before the hall's brazier, feeling the doom approach. He remembered choosing to bind their work into blood, to bend all of humanity to their purpose. He had told himself it was necessary, that the alternative was ice across the world. He had not asked whether there might be another way. We made ourselves the only answer, he thought. We never allowed for the possibility of a question we could not anticipate. The boy touched the root and the stone, and the tremor ran through the skein again. Perhaps it was time someone did, Vela hissed, sensing his doubt. "Do not falter now, cousin," she said. "We are so close. The dragons have woken. The cold stirs. The stagline is faltering as it must. The lion's pride will undo them. The krakens, the roses, the vipers, they all move as we have laid down. The song is nearly at its crescendo. Do not spoil it for the sake of one scribe who thinks he is more than a quill." Varamore remembered the feel of the earth's heartbeat under his feet. He remembered the boy on the wall, staring north with longing and dread. He remembered the girl in the fire, unburnt, dragons shrieking overhead. He remembered the heart tree's leaves, blowing in a wind that touched no other branch. "We are not the only guardians," he thought. He did not say it aloud. Not yet. In the waking world, Edrin woke with sap on his hand. Clear, sticky, smelling of earth and rain. It should have been impossible. Weirwood sap did not simply appear on men's skin. Yet, there it was, glistening in the morning light. He rubbed it between his fingers. It clung, forming a thin film that glowed faintly when he held it up to the window. The Valyrian voice recoiled. "What have you done?" it demanded. I touched what you tried to ignore, Edrin said, surprising himself with his own steadiness. I listened to the world you never asked. You have let another hand into the skein, the voice snapped. Do you think the trees understand the stakes? They remember stories. They cling to old oaths and ancient grudges. They will drag us back to the age of stone and song while the cold kings march again. They remember a world that was not yours, Edrin said. A world before you decided everyone's lives were lines on your pillar. Perhaps they remember something you do not. Ignorance is not an asset, the voice hissed. Nor is arrogance, he said. He felt rather than heard the snarl that rose in response, like a dragon disturbed in its sleep. Very well, the voice said. Play at Weaver, little scribe. Walk with the trees. Listen to their whispers. In the end, when the dead come for the living, you will see whose threads hold and whose snap. Its presence withdrew, sulking. For a time, Edrin knew peace. The pressure in his head eased. The constant hum of the skeins demands dulled enough that he could hear other things. The laughter of children in the courtyard, the creak of leather as men saddled horses, the distant bark of a dog. The world felt more solid, less like the surface of some vast map. He used that quiet. He studied what he had written. He walked in the godswood and listened. He let the sap on his hand sink into his skin until it felt as natural as ink. He began tentatively to pull. He could not move whole armies. He was a maester in a northern castle, not a king. He could not whisper in every ear, but he could nudge. When a raven came from a minor house in the western hills, asking for counsel on whether to join Robb Stark's call, Edrin wrote 2 letters. One he sent, one he burned. The one he sent spoke of loyalty, of oaths, of the strength of the pack. The one he burned had advised caution, waiting to see which way the greater winds blew. He watched the line that ran from that house thicken in the pattern, joining Robb's brighter thread. When a merchant came to Winterfell with talk of strange things in the woods near his village, white shadows, missing sheep, Edrin made sure his report reached not only the Lord but the Black Brothers. He sent a second raven without telling anyone to the Citadel, marked with a cipher that would bring it to Rival's eye. He could feel the skein tug against these little knots, adjusting, compensating, trying to smooth his interference away. He tugged back. It was a small rebellion. The great lines still moved as they had been laid. Robb marched. Jon went beyond the wall. The Dragon Queen took city after city, chained and unchained, loved and feared. But somewhere beneath it, roots pushed deeper into stone. In Braavos, in his dreams, Edrin saw a house with many doors and many faces turn its masked attention toward the east, toward dragons rising. The faceless ones had their own debts and memories. They were not born of the skein. They had learned certain arts in the shadow of Valyria, and then turned them against their former masters. They could be allies, if properly asked. You toy with knives, the Valyrian voice whispered sometimes, unable to fully leave him. Do you think the cold ones will care whose hand holds the blade that cuts them? I think, he said one night, staring up at the beams of his ceiling while wind howled outside, that if all the hands that have reason to hate you stand apart, none of us will live to hate anything. He dreamed then of a ship sailing into a sea of smoke. Its sails were striped in green and gold. Its captain had a beard full of beads, and a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Edrin knew him the way one knows familiar figures from stories. A Lysine, once of the Nine, now a privateer who played all sides when he could. Saladhor Saan, the name came, though Edrin had never met him. On that ship stood a woman in red, her eyes reflecting the flames of braziers that burned without wood. And another man, slender, with a tattoo of a teardrop at the corner of his left eye. They sailed toward a horizon that boiled and smoked, where shapes moved in the clouds that were not clouds at all. Valyria.wad. The dream turned, and Edrin saw, reflected in the black water, the shadow of something vast and coiled lying in wait beneath the waves. He woke with his heart pounding. Of course, he whispered. The Skane's pillar had been shattered, but its base remained. In the ruins of the old city, in caverns beneath the broken mountains, bound now to blood as much as stone. If there was a place where roots and obsidian met, it was there. He could not go. He was one man in a northern castle with ravens to tend and wars to report. The notion of crossing the world, of sailing into that smoking hell, was madness. But there were others. He dipped his quill. He wrote 3 letters. One went to Ravel, couched in the driest academic language he could muster, hinting at correlations between recorded Valyrian practices and the strange phenomena reported in Qohor, in Ashai, in Volantis when certain comets passed overhead. He suggested a voyage, an expedition of learned men to the smoking sea, to study the ruins, to better understand the old art that so clearly was not as dead as people thought. The second went to the Citadel's contact in Bravos, a careful note in a cipher older than most of the acolytes. It spoke of old debts and new opportunities. It mentioned faces worn and pillars broken. It asked whether some of the many-faced god's servants might be interested in finally laying old ghosts to rest. The third he did not send by Raven. He wrote it in a hand he had never been taught, on parchment soaked in a tea brewed from leaves of the heart tree that he should not have been able to harvest. The letters looked more like scratches than any civilized script. He rolled it up and buried it at the base of the heart tree. Roots shifted. Far away, beyond sight, something listened. The world moved. The war ground on. Kings died, one by one. Some in battle, some on privies, some at weddings. The people bled. The winters grew longer in the songs, if not yet in the fields. Beyond the wall, Jon Snow met a woman with red hair and laughed in ways he had not in Winterfell. He killed and was killed and walked away from death because hands in the shadows could not afford to let his line break yet. In the east, Daenerys Targaryen, or Stormborn, or Breaker of Chains, or Mother of Dragons, depending on whose tongue named her, ruled a city that did not want to be ruled. She grew sharper with each betrayal, harder with each failed attempt at mercy. The Valyrian voice hummed approvingly when she chose fire. She must be strong, it said. The cold will not be turned aside by softness. And if you burn the world to save it? Edrin asked. We will burn what we must, the voice said simply. We will leave enough for rebuilding. He wondered when they had lost the ability to tell the difference between sacrifice and indulgence. The ships appeared in the smoking sea years before any maester's records would note them. They came by ones and twos at first, privateers and madmen, fanatics and fools. Some never returned. The few who did came back with haunted eyes and burns that would not heal, speaking of half-melted towers and stone men who walked. Among them, one ship bore a man with a teardrop tattoo and a woman in red, as Edrin had dreamed. The faceless one did not give his name to anyone living. He walked through clouds of ash and past rivers of glass, following a feeling more than any map. The Red Woman, Melisandre, though that name too had been worn many times by many mouths, saw visions in the flames that led them beneath what once had been a mountain. They found a cavern. They found a pillar, broken but not dead, roots from somewhere deep threading through it like pale fingers. In the heart of that pillar, Varamor watched them. This is what you have wrought, cousin, Vela said. Strangers in our sanctum, priests of a foreign fire and servants of a god who wears death like a cloak. We should have burned this place clean when the doom fell, Merrick's muttered. We needed it, Varamor said. We still do. He felt the weirwood's presence in the roots, old and patient. He felt the cold lattice stirring far to the north, sensing shifts in the bonds that held it. The faceless one reached out and touched the cracked obsidian. His fingers passed through. He stood in darkness. Before him rose towers and halls that no longer existed in the waking world. The Hall of Nine Flames stood whole once more, the pillar unbroken. On the throne sat shapes like men and dragons both, their eyes burning, their skins made of smoke and memory. Varamor stepped down from his place. You came far, he said, speaking in a tongue the Faceless One did not know and yet understood. The assassin's face did not change. "I was called," he said, "by old debts, by a promise made when the world burned. You were slaves once," Vela murmured from her throne of bone. "We gave you magic and you turned it into knives for our throats. You gave us chains," the Faceless One said. "We learned to wear them as masks. We learned to take them off. We remember who first bound us." "No, Elia." The Red Woman stood with her hand in the pillar's crack, eyes wide, seeing flames that were not flames. "You would tear down what we built," Merrick said. "You would cut the skein and let the world fall into chaos. I would give men's deaths back to the many-faced god," the Faceless One said. "I would let their lives be coins they choose to spend, not tithes you take without their knowing." "Choice," Varamor murmured. The word echoed oddly. Edrin, thousands of leagues away, felt it in his own mouth as he murmured it before the heart tree. "Choice," the roots whispered. The cold lattice beneath the north felt a looseness in the bonds that held it. It pushed. Far to the south, on a lake that mirrored stars, something like a crack appeared in the air for a moment, a place where the world had worn thin under too many threads pulled too tight. The first of the others stepped through. They did not march south in a tide, not yet. They were few, pale shadows on the whiteness of the land. They tested the air, the ground, the old wards laid by men and trees and Valyrian blood. They found some weaker than they had expected, some stronger. They listened to the song of the world. It had changed. Varamor saw them in the skein. "We do not have time for this," he said to Vela and Merrix. "The Cold Kings move. We must hold them. We cannot waste strength fighting every hand that reaches for our work. If we let them cut," Vela said, "they will undo everything. All the wars, all the breeding, all the sacrifice, wasted. If we do not adapt," Varamor said, "they will cut us anyway." He looked at the Faceless One, at the Red Woman, at the roots cracking their pillar. "We bound ourselves into the skein," he thought. "We can bind others." It was madness, even by Dragonlord standards. He stepped forward. "You hate us," he said to the Faceless One. "You hate what we did. You are not wrong. We carved your lives away, made you tools. You killed us for it once. You would do it again. But the cold does not care what we did. It will kill slaver and slave, dragon and wolf, tree and stone all the same. It will turn your gods' faces to ice. If we fall and you stand alone, you will die screaming our name and no one will answer. If you cut us and the skein breaks, the prison fails and they pour south." "Nanya." The Faceless One's expression did not change, but something in the way he held himself shifted. A minute easing, a breath drawn deeper. "What do you propose then?" he asked calmly. Varamor smiled, and there was nothing reassuring in it. "A shared hand on the knife," he said. In Winterfell's Godswood, Edrin felt roots push deeper into stone. In his dreams, he saw the pillar crack wider, not in a single shattering, but in careful fractures. New lines etched themselves across its surface, not in the Valyrian curves alone, but in the straight, spare strokes of the children's tongue and the jagged marks of Death's god. The skein shifted. Not one weaver, but three. The pattern hurt to look at. The Valyrian voice in Edrin's head screamed. "You cannot do this," it raged. "You cannot dilute our purpose. We will lose control. We will lose coherence. Every addition you allow makes the skein weaker. Or more resilient," Edrin whispered, clinging to the heart tree's trunk as waves of pain rolled through his skull. "Your way breaks everything if you are wrong. This way spreads the weight. We are not wrong. You already were," he said. He saw for a moment, through Varamor's memories, the Hall of Nine Flames shaking, the pillar cracking, the choice made to bind to blood. The certainty that had driven them, the refusal to consider that their hands were as capable of error as any king's. "We are not meant to hold the world alone," he said. He felt something give. The skein did not snap. It flexed. New lines appeared. Small at first, hair-thin, hesitant. Places where human choice surged hard enough to push its way onto the pillar. People who, when faced with see-or-die moments, when offered paths laid down by centuries, stepped off into blank snow. Some of them died. Some of them lived in ways the pattern could not easily predict. The cold lattice tested the bonds again and met resistance in places it had not expected. Roots grown through obsidian, threads woven in a different hand. On the wall, Jon Snow stood atop the ice and looked north, feeling a pull toward that darkness and a tug toward the south where his family bled and burned. He dreamed that night of a boy in a tower with ink on his fingers and sap on his hand, standing between a tree and a pillar. He did not know the boy's name. He remembered the feeling of being watched by the godswood, of being ignored by candlelight. He woke with a word on his lips. "Choice," he whispered to the cold air. Half a world away, Daenerys Targaryen stood before a city that had closed its gates to her and weighed dragonfire against patience. She heard, unbidden, the laughter of a brother whose dreams had driven him mad, the sobbing of slaves she had freed who did not know what to do with their freedom, the whispers of a masked woman in Korth who had shown her visions she no longer fully believed. She dreamed not of a single throne but of fields and faces, of chains broken and new ones taking their place. She woke with tears she could not explain on her cheeks. She chose that day to talk before she burned. The city fell to her anyway, in time. Fire would not be denied where dragons walk, but her choice left traces on the skein, a faint thickening of lines between her and people she had once seen only as pieces on her side of the board. In Valyria's shadowed hall, Varamor felt it. He smiled. "We will lose the perfect pattern," Vela said bitterly. "It will unravel." "We never had it," he answered softly. "You will regret this when the ice comes." He looked at the cold lattice pressing against their prison and thought, perhaps. But I would rather regret shared work than solitary rule. In the Godswood, Edrin sank to his knees, exhausted. He had no dragons. He held no crown. He had never killed a man, yet he felt as if he had just fought a war. The heart tree's leaves whispered overhead. "Leaves fall," it said. "New ones grow. That is how trees live." He leaned his forehead against the rough bark. "What now?" he asked. "Now," the weirwood said, "we learn a new song." He spent the rest of his life weaving small threads. He never saw the great battles that poets would later sing of. He did not stand on the wall when the dead finally came in numbers that turned the night white. He did not ride a dragon over a burning city or sit at a new council table when lords argued over how to rebuild. He heard of them. Ravens brought news of wildlings marching with black brothers, of a man once called Bastard hailed as king not for the blood he carried but for the choices he made. He read of dragons wheeling over an icy plain, their fire clashing with a storm that screamed with 1,000 dead voices, of a queen who stood before the ruins of a capital and chose to leash her rage instead of flooding its streets with flame. He felt the skein shudder with each of those days, trying and failing to constrain them. More people dreamed. In farms and freeholds, in ships' berths and alleyways, men and women and children had sudden moments of clarity where the paths before them seemed briefly visible, faint as frost on stone at dawn. Some followed the old grooves. Some, without knowing why, stepped aside. The cold lattice struck, again and again. It found resistance not in one great wall, but in 1,000 small ones. Choices made by frightened people who nevertheless raised their swords, opened their doors, shared their fires. The old magics helped. Dragonglass and Valyrian steel, words whispered in weirwood groves, flames tended by red priests. But without those countless decisions, it would have washed over everything. The skein did not command those choices. It recorded them. Edrin's hand shook more as he grew older. Ink blotted. His eyes dimmed. He trained apprentices in the art of seeing patterns without becoming their slaves. When at last he died, it was in the Godswood, sitting with his back against the heart tree, watching ravens wheel overhead. He felt the threads that tied his life to the skein loosen. The Valyrian voice, diminished now but not gone, sighed. "You were trouble," it said. "You unraveled as much as you tied." He smiled, or thought he did. "I wrote what I saw," he said. "The rest was never mine." The heart tree murmured. Leaves fell. Roots grew. Far below, in the place where obsidian pillar and pale roots met, the pattern shone faintly. It was imperfect, ragged in places, full of knots and snarls and breaks. No Dragonlord would ever have carved such a thing in pride. It lived. Varamor watched it. "We have become what we feared," Vela said once, not entirely without wonder. "We are no longer masters. We are part. We are threads," he said quietly. "Like them." Merrick's chuckled, the sound dry as dust. "We bound ourselves to blood," he said. "We thought that meant we would rule it. Perhaps we only joined it." The cold lattice far to the north pulsed once more against its bonds. They held. Not forever. Nothing was forever. Lines would fray. New weavers would come. Old magics would fade, and others rise. Some future winter might yet find the world unready. But when that day came, it would not be one ghost-haunted skein that stood against it. It would be whatever children of men and trees and dragons had made of themselves in the centuries between. In the end, Valyrian sorcery did not die. It learned, belatedly, to share. And the Dragonlords, who had once thought themselves masters of every bloodline and every war, found themselves instead one voice in a long, unruly chorus that no single hand could ever fully conduct. Years before Edrin's heart finally failed in the quiet of Winterfell's Godswood, the skein shuddered so violently that every hidden weaver felt it. It began with a snowflake. Jon Snow watched it drift down through the gray sky, twisting lazily, as if it had no more care for kings and wars than a fly did for a crown. It landed on his glove and did not melt. The wall loomed at his back, a jagged line of ice lost in mist. The air bit his lungs. Around him, men in black cloaks stamped their feet and pulled fur tighter about their shoulders. Beyond the edge of the world, the land rolled away in a white emptiness that swallowed sound. "A storm's coming," Dolorous Ed muttered, squinting north. "Can't see a bloody thing. Not that I ever could." "It's not a storm," Jon said, though he could not have said how he knew. The snowflake on his glove glittered, faint and blue. Something in the world's bones shifted. The cold lattice beneath the north pushed, feeling for weakness. Far below Valyria's blackened ruins, Varamor straightened in the pillar's shadow. "They move," Vela hissed. At last. He felt it too, a pressure against the bonds they had woven. The same way a man feels the strain when something heavy leans on the far side of a door he is holding shut. For centuries, the cold kings had bided their time, testing here and there, poking at old wards. Now, they pressed in earnest. "We are not ready," Merrick said. "We have what we have," Varamor answered. "And we are no longer alone." Roots had grown thicker through the cracked obsidian. The Faceless One's presence was a cool stillness by his side. The many-faced gods' regard wrapped around their work like a shadow. The old god's song hummed in the roots. The skein thrummed with human choices. "We must call the fire," Vela said. "All of it. Dragons, red priests, every spark. Burn them back before they reach the wall. And reduce half the world to ash?" Merrick's rasped. "We bind the cold only to unleash our own doom anew." "The world can be rebuilt," Vela snapped. "It cannot be rebuilt from ice." Varamor thought of a boy on a wall of frozen tears, turning his head to meet the gaze of a maester in the yard below, who felt threads and sap both in his hands. "There are other paths," he said. Vela's contempt hammered at him. "We tried your paths," she said. "We shared the knife. We let the trees and the death god's servants into our skein. Look where it has led us. Fractures, knots, unpredictability. This is the moment we bred for. We cannot afford hesitation. In the Godswood of Winterfell, Edrin leaned his forehead against the heart tree's trunk and felt the same pressure that Jon did upon the wall, the same strain that Varamor felt beneath Valyria. "They're pushing," he whispered. The leaves shivered. "They remember the way," the old gods murmured. "They remember the cracks and hollows. They test where the stone has worn thin. Can we hold them?" he asked. "We held them once with less," the tree said. "Fewer roots, fewer songs. But we did not stand alone then either." Edrin thought of the candle in Old Town, of the pillar and the roots entwined, of a faceless man in a cavern under a dead mountain. "Then we don't stand alone now," he said. The heart tree's sap was sticky on his palm. He turned away to send another raven. On the wall, Jon could not see any of this. He saw only the snow that did not melt, the way the cold seemed suddenly deeper than mere winter, the way the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He heard the horn. 1 blast, rangers returning. 2, wildlings. 3. The first echo of the third blast ran along the wall like a shiver. 7 hells, Ed breathed. Men froze, hands on bowstrings and spear shafts. The third blast sounded again, high and mournful, like some great beast howling in the dark. "Get them to the inner stair," Jon shouted. "Archers to the battlements. Light the damned fires." Ish. He did not look at the faces of the boys who had lied about their age to take the black. He did not let himself see the way their eyes widened. He moved, because if he stopped moving, he would feel the weight of all the stories whispered in the hall. Of dead men walking, of blue-eyed shadows, of the long night. As he reached the top of the wall, the wind hit him like a slap. Snow swirled so thick that he could see only a few yards. Then he saw them. At first, only shapes, darker gray against gray, moving through the white. Then, as they drew nearer, more whites. They came in their hundreds, shambling, stumbling, clambering over the uneven ground with the clumsy relentlessness of puppets on invisible strings. Some wore the rags of wildling furs. Others still had the remnants of black cloaks. Their eyes burned faintly blue. Behind them, farther off, he saw something else. Tall, thin, mounted on pale horses whose breath steamed in the cold. Ice-blue eyes. Armor that looked like frost grown into the shape of plates and greaves. Others. Jon's hand tightened on Longclaw's hilt. "Loose!" he shouted. Arrows hissed out into the snow. Some found flesh, or what passed for flesh. Whites fell, jerked, tried to rise again. More arrows? Burning this time? Set rags and hair alight. Men dropped torches over the side, watched as fire licked up from the base of the wall, catching on the bodies piling there. The whites did not scream. They burned in silence. The others watched. One lifted a long, black spear of ice. The wall groaned. Jon felt it as a sick lurch beneath his feet, as if the whole structure had shifted on its foundations. For an instant, he tasted something copper on his tongue, heard a high, thin sound in the back of his skull. The skein, far below, thrummed. "They're probing," Varamor said. Around the pillar, lines representing the wall brightened and flickered. They were not just stone and ice. They were oaths piled upon oaths, sacrifices layered over centuries. The cold lattice tested each one. "Hold," Merrick's muttered as if talking to a skittish horse. "Hold, you stubborn old thing." Roots tightened their grip in the cracks. The many-faced god's presence was a cool weight. Death acknowledged death. "You are late." The red woman's fire murmured through the pillar. Shadows of flames danced within the obsidian. "The night is long, and we are small candles." "Not late," Varamor said. "Arrived." He reached out. On the wall, Jon staggered. Heat flared behind his eyes. For a heartbeat, he was not atop an 80-foot curtain of ice looking down at an army of dead. He was above the world, looking at the pattern, threads running from his chest, north and south, east and west. He saw the cold lattice pressing, white bars reaching toward him. He saw lines of fire reaching back, dragons yet far across the sea, red priests feeding flames with faith and blood, hearts tied to old trees. He heard a voice like crackling embers. "You are line and not both," it said. "Choose." Jon blinked. The vision faded. The wind still tore at him. The whites still climbed. The others still watched. But something in him had changed. The fear that had been gnawing at his belly was still there, but now it had something else beside it. A sense of being part of something larger than the wall, larger than the watch, larger than the north. He drew Long Claw. "Get the barrels," he told Ed. "All of them." "The wildfire?" Ed's eyes went round. "That stuff the pyromancers sent? You sure?" "If you have a better idea," Jon said grimly, "I'd love to hear it." They rolled the barrels out onto the ice. Thick, squat things banded in iron, each sloshing with something that stank like rotting fruit and fear. Men lit arrows, torches. Snow hissed and melted around the flames. The others watched. One tilted its head, curious. "Now," Jon said. The first barrel fell, tumbling, a dark blur against the white. It struck the whites and burst, spraying green liquid. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the fire caught. Wildfire bloomed like a demon flower. Green flame roared up, swallowing whites, leaping from body to body. It clung, it spread, it burned through flesh and bone and snow alike. Steam erupted as ice and fire met, a great cloud that rolled back against the wall. Jon stumbled, coughing. Through the billowing steam, he saw the others for a moment more clearly. Their horses shied from the unnatural flame. Frost smoked on their armor. For the first time, he saw a flicker of something in those blue eyes. Not fear exactly, but wariness. Wildfire burned blue at their presence, feasting hungrily. They turned their horses. The whites did not retreat. They burned or fell or clawed at the ice with charred fingers until those fingers snapped. But the others did not press closer. They melted into the white and were gone. Men coughed and shouted and laughed in harsh relief. They slapped one another's backs, clapped Jon on the shoulder, wept because they had lived another day. Jon barely heard them. He stared into the swirling snow where the others had stood and knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with any vision. This had not been a battle. It had been a test. "They will come again," he murmured. "They always do," AD said, following his gaze. Jon looked south. "We need more than walls," he thought. Far across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen stood on the roof of the Great Pyramid of Meereen and watched her dragons fly. Drogon was a streak of black against the blue sky, his wings beating thunder. Rhaegal and Valyrian wheeled behind him, green and cream and gold. Sunlight shimmered on their scales. Below, the city seethed. Smoke from cook fires and forges blurred the lines of its brick pyramids and mud brick houses. Shouts and songs drifted up, along with the mutter of discontent. She had freed the slaves. Some had cheered, some had cursed. The masters hated her. The freedmen were divided in their gratitude. The sons of the Harpy still skulked in the alleys, blades in their hands and gold masks on their faces. She had won this city and held it, but it already felt small. Her dreams had grown larger. She closed her eyes. Flames licked at the edges of her mind. She saw a throne of swords, melted and twisted, in a hall that smelled of smoke and secrets. She saw snow, not the ash of her nightmare beneath the red comet, but real snow, drifting through that hall, settling on the steel. She saw a boy with gray eyes and a tired mouth standing before that throne, a sword of dull steel in his hand. She saw herself, older, her face lined by more than the sun, standing beside him with dragons in her shadow. Fire whispered, "You are chosen, little dragon," the red voice murmured. "We showed Stannis a vision, and he failed. You will not." The world will burn, and you will be the flame that scours the darkness. Another whisper twined beneath it. Leaves rustled. She will burn, the old gods thought, curious. She will burn others, if she is not careful. In Valyria's cracked pillar, Vela leaned toward the image of the girl. She must cross, she said. Now, before the cold digs its claws too deep. Before the lions and wolves and krakens tear one another apart over scraps. She is not ready, Varamor said. She has dragons, Vela snapped. Dragons do not wait until they are ready. The world bends to them or burns. He remembered other Dragonlords who had thought the same. If we send her too soon, Merryx murmured. She will be crushed between the wars of men before she ever meets the ice. We cannot hold back the sea and bake the bread and milk the cow, Vela said. We have to choose where to spend what strength we have left. The girl is the fire. The boy on the wall is the ice. Bring them together. And if they do not wish to be brought? Varamor asked. Vela's smile was thin. They will wish it, she said. Our hand is light now, softer. But we can still nudge. Nudge. In Meereen, Daenerys felt an itch between her shoulder blades, as if 1,000 unseen eyes watched her. She thought of Westeros more often now. Of the house she had been born into and never ruled. Of the father whose madness had burned so many. Of the brother whose dreams had broken him. Of the stories Ser Jorah and Selmy had told. Of cold seas and green hills. Of castles older than her city. Of a wall of ice at the world's end. Your people suffer here, Missandei said quietly at her side, following her gaze but not her thoughts. They still look to you. If you leave too soon. I know, Daenerys said. She had stayed to learn how to rule, telling herself that a queen who could not hold one city had no business seeking 7 kingdoms. She had learned that ruling meant compromise and patience, that every mercy to one man was cruelty to another, that chains were not just iron and leather but coin and habit and fear. She had also learned that ruling could trap her. She could see a future where she spent the rest of her life here, forever putting out fires that sprang up faster than dragonflame, while across the sea the wars of her birthright played out without her. What would you do? She asked Missandei, surprising herself. I was a slave, Missandei said. Now I am free because of you. I would stay and learn this freedom and help others learn it too. But I am not a dragon. Dragons do not belong in cages, even if they built the cage themselves. Drogon swooped low, skimming the top of the pyramid, his shadow passing over them like an eclipse. Dany thought of a snowflake that did not melt, though no one had told her of it. She thought of a boy on a wall of ice she had seen in her dreams, of a throne surrounded by the dead if no one stood against the cold. She thought of fire meeting ice in a green explosion above a frozen field. Prepare the ships, she said. Missandei's eyes widened. My queen, we will leave Meereen in peace, Daenerys said. As much peace as we can fashion. We will leave a council of freedmen and former masters who can make their own mistakes and fix them without our shadow falling over every choice. Then we sail for Westeros. No, Padada. You will abandon your work? Missandei asked. I will trust it, Dany said. Trust them, she did not quite add. Trust that human lives might not need her hand on every thread. In Winterfell, Edrin's fingers tightened on the parchment as the Raven from the east arrived with news of dragons in Slaver's Bay setting sail westward. Varamor felt that too in the pillar. She comes, Vela whispered. And he waits, Merryx said, watching the boy at the wall, his breath fogging in the freezing air. The cold lattice pushed harder. The first true battles of the White War were not fought at Winterfell or at some named field. They were fought at forgotten villages north of the wall, where wildlings and night's watchmen and farmers with hunting spears faced whites in 1s and 2s and died, or lived without any bard to remember. A woman named Nyra, who had never seen a book, chose to take her children and run toward the woods instead of south toward the wall when she saw blue eyes gleam in the dark. Her path took her under the boughs of a weirwood, where an old god singer felt the cold and sent his own raven with a warning. A black brother named Tom Barley, who had taken the black to escape a noose, chose to turn back when his patrol was ambushed, dragging a wounded comrade with him instead of running. He died for it, but the man he saved would later drive a wagon full of dragonglass to the wall. Men and women whose names would never reach any maester's parchment chose small, stubborn acts of defiance, in opening doors, in sharing fires, in lifting spears again when their arms shook. They were not in the skeins' original pattern. The Valyrians had never considered them when they carved their pillar. The trees had. The many-faced god had accepted their deaths like coins, but had never before been asked to value their choices. The pattern flexed around them. On the wall, John sent ravens to every lord who might listen, and many who would not. "Winter is coming," had always been words. Now, they were a shout. In the south, most lords were too busy cutting one another's throats, but not all. In White Harbor, Wyman Manderley read Joan's Raven and thought of a bastard boy he had once hosted, quiet and observant, with a wolf's eyes. He thought of debts to the Starks and of songs older than the Seven. He sent men and grain north. In the Vale, a boy lord with a nervous cough and his mother's whisper in his ear stared at the raven's words and did nothing. Yet the maester who read the message aloud to him wrote another letter in a cipher the Citadel had forgotten, sending a warning to Old Town. Thread by thread, awareness spread. In Bravos, under the black and white tiled dome, the kindly man listened to a young girl with a wolf's face describe dreams of snow and dead men, and a brother on a wall. "Do you wish him dead?" he asked. "No," Arya Stark said. "He's my pack." "Then this is not a death for the many-faced god," he said. "Not yet." He sent a message in a way that had nothing to do with ravens or paper. A whisper along a path of faces and memories that ended in a cavern under Valyria. The faceless one standing beside Varamore inclined his head fractionally. "We are all seeing the same storm," he said. "Then perhaps we can agree which way the roof should lean," Varamore answered. In the narrow sea, a fleet beat westward. Storms harried them, some natural, some sent. The cold lattice did not control the weather, but its pressure twisted currents and clouds. The many-faced god's servants bent other sailors' deaths away from Daenerys' ships, guiding storms to break on empty coasts instead. Dragonfire lit the dark when masts cracked and men cried out. R'hllor's priests prayed on the decks until their throats were raw. Old god's ravens watched from the rigging. At Dragonstone, the sea fortress of House Targaryen, weathered by generations of storm and neglect, a flame that had burned low flared. Melisandre stood before the ancient carved table, its inlaid map of Westeros lit by dozens of candles. When Stannis had claimed this hall, she had seen him as Azor Ahai reborn, the prince that was promised. Fire had shown her a sword in darkness and a crown of smoke and salt, and she had believed. She had given him everything she had: visions, counsel, lives. He had failed. Now the flames showed her something else. Dragons, 3, wheeling over a field of snow as dead men marched below. A boy with gray eyes and a sword of dull steel, his breath fogging in the air. A woman with silver hair, her face hard and sad, standing beside him with fire coiled around her ankles like a living thing. "The prince that was promised," she whispered. Or princes. The fire twisted, showing her a pillar of black stone and pale roots that broke it. "And something older still," she said. She went to the highest balcony of Dragonstone and watched the eastern horizon. When the sails appeared, tattered from storms, bellies full of men and hopes and fear, she smiled with something like relief. She was good at faith. Learning humility had taken longer. When Daenerys set foot on Dragonstone's black shores, wet sand sucking at her boots, she felt something shift under her feet. It was not merely the sense of returning home to a place she had never seen. It was something deeper, resonant, like standing on an old scar. "This is where your line began its conquest," Tyrion Lannister said, standing at her shoulder, hand shading his eyes as he looked up at the dragon-carved towers. "It seems only fitting that it begins again here." "It will not be the same conquest," Dany said quietly. He glanced at her, curious, but did not press. She did not tell him of dreams of pillars and roots, of an old god's murmur in the back of her mind, of a feeling that others were watching who had never sworn to any king. She walked up the long, cold stairs to the hall where Stannis had once brooded and kings before him had plotted. She ran her fingers over the carved dragons on the walls. She stood at the head of the stone table map and looked at the land that had been hers in name all her life and had yet to see her face. "Send ravens," she said, "to every lord, great and small. Tell them Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen lands at Dragonstone not to claim old debts, but because winter has come. Tell them I have 3 dragons and a will to use them. Tell them if they will stand with me against the dead, I will listen after to their quarrels with one another. If they will not..." She did not finish the sentence. Tyrion smiled slightly. "And if they refuse?" he asked. "I have dragons," she repeated, and though the words were the same, the intent behind them was different now than when she had first whispered them to herself in a wasteland. Not weapons to bend the world to her, she thought, but torches to keep it from going dark. The difference was everything. Ravens flew. One went to Winterfell. Edrin read it aloud in the great hall, though his voice trembled a little by the end. "And so Daenerys Stormborn proposes a council of war at Dragonstone," he finished, "to discuss the true enemy from the north." Murmurs rippled through the assembled men and women. "She thinks herself queen," someone muttered. "She has dragons," someone else said. "She is foreign," said a third. "She is Targaryen," a fourth. "She is willing to speak of the dead," said Sansa Stark, sitting in the high seat, her hands steady on the carved arms, "which is more than many in the south have been willing to do." She looked at Jon. He stood apart, the black of the watch still in his clothes and bearing, though the lords of the north had named him king. He felt the weight of their eyes like stones. "What do you think?" she asked him. He thought of the wildlings at Hardhome, of the hand that had passed through his chest, ice burning his veins, of the green fire on the snow, the others watching. "We need her," he said simply. "We need her dragons. And if the price of that fire is a queen on our throne?" Lyanna Mormont demanded, too small for the chair she sat in, voice sharp as any spear. Jon almost smiled. He could hear his father in the back of his head, Eddard Stark's voice telling him of honor and duty, and the foolishness of promising more than a man could give. "I'm not asking you to kneel to her," he said. "I'm asking you to help me convince her that this war matters more than any throne. If she sees it, and if she doesn't," Sansa asked quietly. He thought of dragonfire on a city of innocents, of the pillar's cracks. "If she doesn't," he said, "we will have to decide how many wars we can fight at once." The skein thrummed around him. Varamore watched that council as if he stood in the hall. "He bends," Vela said. "He was made to kneel to a king once already. It is in him. He will kneel to her." "Perhaps," Varamore said. "Perhaps not." He could feel the old god's presence in the heart tree just beyond the hall's walls. He could feel the many-faced god's cool regard wherever men spoke of oaths and deaths. "We cannot push them together," he said. "We can only put them in each other's path and see what they make of it. Then put them in the same room quickly," Vela sniffed, "before your scruples freeze and their doubts send them off to die separately." They met at Dragonstone. The sea crashed below the cliffs. Wind whipped at cloaks and banners. Dany waited in the old throne room, framed by carved dragons. Drogon coiled on the balcony outside, his head as high as the archway, his eyes slitted in watchfulness. Jon entered with the stiffness of a man unused to courtrooms and careful words. He wore no crown, though the lords behind him had called him king. Snow still clung to his boots. For a long moment they simply looked at one another. In that moment, the skein and the roots and death himself held their breath. "Here," Varamore thought. Here, the weirwood murmured. Here, the many-faced god said. For all debts are paid sooner or later, and this meeting will cost much. You are shorter than I expected, John said at last. Dany blinked, then laughed before she could stop herself. You are more direct than I expected, she replied. Tension cracked, just a little. They spoke. Words of titles and grievances and history passed back and forth like pieces on a Savasi board. He told her of the dead he had seen. She told him of the chains she had broken. He told her of the wall and the old stories. She told him of dragons that had been dead for centuries and now flew again. You want me to fight your war, she said. It isn't my war, he answered. It's everyone's. They don't care whose crown sits on whose head. They only care that we're breathing. She thought of fire consuming a room full of masters in Astapor, of the smell of burning flesh, of the look in Miss Andea's eyes when she had said dragons did not belong in cages. She thought of a snowflake that did not melt, though she had never seen one. I will not be your father, she said. I will not be the queen who burns the living to save some idea of the world that exists only in her head. If I fight this war with you, it will be to save people, not crowns. That's all I'm asking, he said. Then kneel, she said, almost without thinking, reflexively. The skein pulled. He saw the threads that would come of that kneeling, banners lowered, grudges flaring, old oaths snarling with new ones, his own identity tangled until he did not know if he stood as northern king or southern vassal. He saw her dragons wheeling over the wall faster, maybe, but the south quieter, slower to move. He saw other threads if he did not kneel. Suspicion, tension, a longer road to trust, and yet a different kind of alliance. Less of master and vassal, more of two stubborn rocks leaning together against a storm. The pattern did not dictate, it showed. The old gods' roots whispered. Choice, they said. Varamore held back. The faceless one watched. John thought of the men on the wall who had died trusting him, of the wildlings who had followed him because he treated them as men, not enemies, of the north, proud and prickly, that had lifted him up and could cast him down. No, he said. Dany's eyes cooled. You refuse the queen of the Seven Kingdoms? She demanded. The hall's torches flared with her temper. I refuse to kneel to anyone while the dead walk, he said. If we survive, if your dragons help us survive, then we can talk about crowns. Until then, I stand for the living. Not as a subject, as a partner. No. She had expected anger. She had expected fear. She had expected empty boasts. She had not expected that. Partners, she repeated, tasting the word. He did not look away. Dragons cannot be partners, she said slowly. They take or they burn. I'm not asking your dragons, he said. I'm asking you. Varamore felt something in the skein twist in a way he had not anticipated. You see? He murmured to Vela. She said nothing. On the balcony, Drogon snorted, smoke curling from his nostrils. Dany thought of all the times she had been told who she was supposed to be, by Viserys, by the Dothraki, by her own dreams, by the red priests who whispered of Azor Ahai. She thought of Edrin's quill scratching in a cold tower, though she did not know his name. She thought of being a thread and a weaver both. Very well, Jon Snow, she said. We will be partners. My dragons will fight for the living. I will fight for the living. When it is done, we will see what kind of world is left for thrones. He nodded. The skein shivered. Far north, on a night when the aurora painted the sky in ghostly curtains of green and purple, the others gathered. They did not speak as men spoke. They did not need to. The cold lattice carried their intent between them. They had tested the wall. They had tasted wildfire and old oaths. They had felt roots in cracks and fire and stone. They had sensed new bonds where once there had been only Valyrian chains. They had been thwarted once, long ago when the world was younger. Fire and song and steel had pushed them back bound them into a cage of ice and story. They had waited. Now the cage shifted. They could feel other hands on their bars, roots and shadows and strange shimmering threads of human will. They adjusted. When they marched in earnest, it was not with mindless haste. They sensed storms ahead, white teeth that chewed at the land and numbed fingers. They sent scouts, thin wisps of cold that slid through cracks in walls and under doors, stealing warmth from hearths to weaken hearts. They did not waste themselves on the wall without first loosening the stones around it. They moved in a long, pale line. Ravens saw. Old gods' roots felt. Glass candles flared. "We have until they cross the wall," Edrin wrote with shaking hand, his quill scratching. "Perhaps less. Their cold eats at more than flesh. It gnaws at oaths and courage." He did not know who would read his notes. He wrote anyway. At Winterfell, preparations began. Dragon glass was dug from caches in the mountains and from caves where the children had once sung. Blacksmiths cursed as they learned to work it, forging arrowheads and spear tips that cut like stone and did not dull like steel. Armorers fitted new plates over old mail. Leather was oiled, furs stitched. Women learned to string bows if they had not, to throw spears, to vanish when they had to. Men old enough to have seen the last summers of Targaryen rule drilled beside boys who had grown up under Baratheon antlers and Lannister lions. Jon and Dany rode together along the battlements, Drogon's shadow following them. "Is this where we make our stand?" she asked, looking out over the snowy fields. He shook his head. "No," he said. "If the wall falls, if they come south in numbers, we cannot let the last battle be at Winterfell. Too many roads lead here. Too many people have nowhere else to go. We need to meet them earlier, when they still have to cross miles of open ground." Where?" she asked. He thought of the maps he had studied with Edrin, of the stories of where the first men and the children had once fought. "The Long Barrow," he said. "Where the kings of winter are buried. They say the land remembers battles there. Let's remind it." She smiled, grim and thin. "A field of dead, to fight the dead," she said. They moved north with an army that would have been unthinkable a few years before. Knights with bright banners rode beside spearmen in rough furs. Men of the Reach trudged alongside giants whose footsteps shook the ground. Dothraki screamed their war cries in words no Northmen understood, their horses snorting clouds in the cold. Unsullied marched in perfect lines, shields bright even under overcast skies. Above, dragons wheeled. Varamor watched them, awed despite himself. "We never gathered so much in one place," Merrick said, wonder in his voice. "Not even for the Rhoynar. Look at them, all these lines meeting. Wolves and stags and dragons and lions, roses and krakens and spears and sands. Nani. Do not forget the trees," the weirwoods murmured. Roots tunneled deep under the Long Barrow, curling around bones laid there when the world had a different shape. Old kings listened to the thunder of boots overhead. The many-faced god watched with interest. Many debts would be paid here. The battlefield was a white expanse broken by low hills and the dark lumps of ancient barrows, their entrances sealed with stones carved long ago. Jon stood on a rise, wind tearing at his cloak, long-claw at his side. Dany stood beside him, her hair braided in the fashion of a dozen peoples now. Dothraki bells, northern clasps, small metal dragons wrought by a Meereen smith. Her eyes were on the horizon. "They're coming," she said. He had not yet seen them. He believed her anyway. They came like a storm. Snow thickened, swirling, making the world small. Sound dulled. The temperature dropped so suddenly that breath froze on beards in a heartbeat, that armor plates cracked with sharp little sounds. Then shapes appeared, vague at first, then clearer. Whites, in their thousands, moving with the same relentless clumsiness Jon had seen at the wall. Behind them, tall and thin on pale horses, the others. They spread out, forming a half circle around the living army. They did not charge. They simply came. The living shifted. Some men muttered prayers to the Seven. Some called on Arelor, on the Lord of Light. Some, under their breaths, asked the old gods to watch. A few, very quietly, whispered thanks to a nameless god of death who might, just might, decide that today was not the day their coin would be spent. Edrin was not there. He watched from Winterfell's godswood, his hand on the heart tree, sweat beading his brow despite the cold. "Let me see," he whispered. The leaves trembled. For a moment, through eyes that belonged to a raven wheeling above the field, he saw it all. The dragons circling, the glitter of ice armor, the sea of pale faces and empty sockets. It was too much to hold. He let the tree take most of it, feeling only the broad strokes. On the barrowfield, Jon lifted his sword. "Archers!" he shouted. "Loose!" Arrows hissed out, many tipped with dragon glass. Where they struck flesh, whites fell and did not rise again. Where they struck nothing, they vanished into snow. The first ranks of whites reached the spears. They did not slow. They impaled themselves and clawed their way along the shafts, fingers scrabbling. Unsullied held formation with inhuman discipline, shields braced, spears stabbing and retracting in a rhythm drilled into them from childhood. Northmen fought with curses and grim laughter, axes biting. Dothraki rode along the flanks, arcs flashing, cutting down whites that tried to circle. For every 10 that fell, 20 more pressed forward. "Now," Jon said. Dany raised her hand. Drogon screamed. Fire fell from the sky. It was not like wildfire. No sickly green, no unnatural stench. It was purer hotter. It turned whites to ash in a heartbeat, melted snow to steam, turned the ground to sucking mud. It washed over the front ranks of the living, who flinched and cursed but had learned by now to trust where it would fall. Valyrian and Rhaegal followed, their own streams of fire carving lines through the advancing dead. The whites kept coming. The others rode forward. They moved with eerie calm, their horses' hooves leaving no prints. Frost spread where they passed, glazing steel, cracking leather. One lifted its hand. A spear of ice materialized in its grip. It threw. The spear pierced a giant's chest. The huge creature bellowed, staggering, the sound like a mountain cracking. He grabbed for the spear, fingers breaking as they touched it. Ice spread through his veins. He fell, crushing men beneath him. "Get away!" someone shouted. Jon saw the other's eyes turn toward him. Cold went through him like a blade. He remembered standing on the fist of the first men, watching another shatter under Sam's dragonglass dagger. He remembered blue eyes in the woods, the feeling of helplessness. Not now. He ran forward. Time stretched. He felt threads tugging, lines that wanted him to go left, to dodge, to call for dragonfire, to wait. Valyrian's skyne and old gods' roots offered him visions of what would happen if he chose each. He ignored them. He chose without looking. He threw himself right into the path of a white that lunged, took its weight on his shoulder, drove Longclaw up under its chin as they fell, then rolled and came to his feet again. The ice spear sang past where his heart had been. The other tilted its head, interested. "Come on then," Jon panted, breath frosting. It came. Varamor watched. He could feel every line that had led to this moment. The child who had sired the bastard at Winterfell. The Dragonlords who had mated with wolves centuries back. The choice Edrin had made to touch root and stone together. He could see hundreds of futures branching from this second. Some where Jon fell, some where he lived. He did not reach to push. Vela snarled. "What good is our work if we do not save our own blade?" she demanded. "He's the purpose we bred for." "He is more than that," Varamor said. On the field, Jon met the other's blade. It was not steel. It felt like nothing he had ever touched, cold so intense it burned. Longclaw's Valyrian steel screamed against it. They fought in a dance that was no mere brawl. Jon had never been trained to face such an enemy. No man had. Yet some of his muscle remembered parries learned from Ser Roderick, from Corin Halfhand, from the free folk who fought like wolves. Some remembered moving with a wildling woman in the dark, matching her breath in the cave. Some remembered the dead hand that had seized him once, and the way cold radiated from it. He used all of it. The other moved with an inhuman grace, each step precise, each stroke efficient. They traded blows. Around them the battle roared. A Dothraki rider screamed by, his horse's eyes rolling in terror as frost crept up its legs. An Unsullied collapsed, his hand still tight on his spear. A wildling woman dragged a wounded Southron knight behind a barrow stone, snarling at a wight that tried to follow. Above, Drogon and his brothers flamed, their fire holding the worst of the tide at bay. But even dragons could not be everywhere. "Step back!" someone shouted behind Jon. He could not. If he gave ground, the other would be among the human ranks, its blade cutting through steel and flesh like air. Each man it killed would rise as an enemy. He blocked another blow, barely. Ice kissed his cheek. Skin split. Blood ran hot. The other paused, its head tilted again, as if tasting the scent of his blood in the air. For a heartbeat, Jon felt something sharp and alien press against the knot in his chest, where ice and fire met. It pushed. He saw, in a flash, a vision not offered by any skein or root. A world under white, where no men moved, where the only sounds were the cracking of frozen trees and the slow creak of ice. There was no pain in that vision, no doubt, no choice, only stillness. "Is that what you want?" he gasped. "To end it all? To stop the noise?" It had no lips to smile. Yet, he felt amusement. "We were made to balance your heat," something in it said, in a voice that was not sound. "You burned. We froze. It was simple then. You made it complicated." He wondered who had made them. Valyrians? Children? Something older? He would not know. He stepped forward, not back. Longclaw met the ice blade again. Above, a shadow crossed the sun. Drogon swooped, his scream a tearing sound. Jon felt heat roll over him. He did not look up. He trusted. For a heartbeat, fire and ice met around him, their clash like a bell struck at the heart of the world. Varamore's pillar shook. Roots tightened. Death leaned in. The cold lattice splintered at the point where the other's blade and Longclaw crossed and dragonfire washed over them both. It did not shatter entirely, not yet, but a crack ran through it, fine and bright, straight back to the source. In the barrow under Jon's feet, bones shifted. An old king of winter rolled in his stone bed, remembering a sword of fire and a night when the sky had been green. He lent his memory to the blow. Longclaw bit. The Valyrian steel, forged with spells, the Dragonlords themselves had half forgotten before their doom, met the ice blade at exactly the right angle, with exactly the right force. The ice shattered. The other did too. It exploded in a storm of frost that cut Jon's face and left his eyelashes rimed with tiny shards. For an instant, something like hatred and something like relief washed over him from that inhuman mind. Then it was gone. Around them, dozens of wights fell, their animating force cut when the will that held them was unmade. Varamore felt the cold lattice jolt. "One," Vela said. "There are more." "Fewer," Merrick's answered. On the field, the battle raged on. It was not won in a single sword stroke. Songs would later focus on that, on the image of the king in the north destroying another while dragons roared overhead. Because songs liked clean moments. The truth was messier. The living bled. Dragons tired. Men who had never seen snow before died with it in their mouths. Red priests set themselves alight to hold back whites for a few more heartbeats. Weirwoods wept sap as their roots strained. Faceless men slipped through lines, ending lives precisely where they needed to fall so that other lines could hold. In Winterfell, Edrin almost bit through his own tongue as he clung to the heart tree and felt the skein twist. "You're killing them." The Valyrian voice whispered to him, furious and frightened. "You're letting them die without our hand guiding which deaths matter." "They matter because they chose to be there," he whispered back. "Not because you put them there. They will die in the wrong places," it hissed. "They will die where they stand," he said. "That is as right a place as any." The many-faced god took those deaths and nodded. The heart tree drank in their last breaths and sent them down into the dark, where old roots held old memories. The cold lattice, fractured, pressed again. It did not understand compromise. Eventually, under dragon fire and steel and songs as old as stone, it broke. Not everywhere, not at once. It shattered in jagged pieces, some large, some small. Some fell back into the far north, sinking into ice that would take centuries to melt. Some clung to a handful of others who fled into storms so deep no one could follow. Some flickered like dying sparks and went out. On the field, the whites collapsed. They fell as if their strings had been cut, some mid-step, some mid-strike. They lay in heaps, snow already beginning to cover them. Silence rolled out, ragged and strange. Men looked around, panting, as if not trusting their eyes. Dany sat on Drogon's neck, her face streaked with soot, hair singed. Her legs shook. Drogon's sides heaved, smoke curling from his nostrils. Rhaegal and Valyrian landed clumsily, their wings drooping, tongues lolling. Jon stood with long claws tipped buried in the snow, both hands on the hilt. He looked north. He felt nothing. No press of cold will. No sense of being watched. Only wind. The skein hung slack for a moment, stunned. Then new threads began to grow. Varamore sagged. "We did it," Vela said hoarsely. "We... hell. Not alone," he said. He could feel the old god's song thrumming through the roots that had wrapped their pillar. He could feel deaths accepted and recorded by the many-faced god. He could feel human choices written into the stone, not at his command, but because they had been made with clear eyes. "We will pay for this," Merrick said. "There is always a price. We spent so much of what we bound. The skein is not what it was." "Good," Varamore said. Vela stared at him. "You would throw away our work?" she demanded. "I would see it become something that can live without us clutching it," he said. "We built a tool and made ourselves its blade and its handle. We forgot that tools can be put down." He looked up through the cracks. He saw Jon and Dany, standing amid the dead. He saw men and women rising, some laughing, some weeping, some simply staring. He saw a future not carved in obsidian yet, a rough sketch only, full of possibilities. "We have done enough," he said. The thought terrified him. It also felt like the first honest thing he had said in centuries. In the barrow field, Jon found Dany among the wounded and the dead. She looked smaller on the ground than she had in the sky. "Is it over?" she asked. He wanted to say yes. He looked around. Whites lay still. The air was still bitter cold, but no longer the emptiness that had knifed through him when the others approached. The sky was still gray, but in the distance a gap had opened, a thin line of clearer light. "For now," he said. "For us." She smiled. "Tired." "Honest," she said. "I like that." He helped her stand. They walked together through the aftermath. They saw a child curled beside his mother's body, refusing to let go until a woman from the Free Folk knelt and spoke to him softly. They saw a Knight of the Reach clasp hands with a wildling man he'd brawled with the night before. They saw an Unsullied sitting on a heap of corpses, staring at his hands as if he could not quite believe they were still there. "Will they remember?" Dany asked. "In 100 years, will they sing of this? Or will they forget and fight over crowns again and act as if the dead never came?" "Yes," Jon said. She looked at him, frowning. "Yes, they'll remember, or yes, they'll forget," she asked. "Yes," he said. She snorted. "You're impossible," she said. "Ask your dragons," he said. "They've seen more years than we have. They know how people are." She did, later. Drogon looked at her with eyes older than any Valyrian pillar and snorted smoke. Men forget, his gaze seemed to say. Fire remembers. Make of that what you will. Years later, when Edrin died in the God's Wood and the world moved on from the Barrowfield to other wars and other councils, the echoes of that day still rang in the skein. Valyrian sorcery had not died with the doom. It had not ended at the Long Barrow. It lingered in swords and chains, in glass candles and dreams. It whispered, but no longer alone. The old gods rustled in their leaves. The many-faced god counted his coins. Human hands picked up knives and quills and plows and chose, again and again, where to cut and where to plant. In time, children grew up hearing stories of the dead that walked and the dragons that burned them. Some believed, some did not. Some went to the wall to see the melted scars where ice had once groaned. Some sailed east to look for Valyria's smoking shores. Some knelt in septs and thanked the Seven. Some sat under trees and listened. In Valyria's broken heart, Varamor sat by the cracked pillar with roots wrapped around his legs like old friends. "Do you regret it?" Vela asked him once, her voice softer now that centuries of furious argument had worn some of the edges from it. "Binding the skein to blood?" he asked. "Sharing it," she said. "Letting them in, letting go." He thought of the Hall of Nine Flames, long vanished, of the arrogance with which they had carved history into stone. He thought of the doom, of fire and ash and screaming skies. He thought of Edrin's ink-stained fingers and sap-slick hand. "I regret that we did not do it sooner," he said. Merrick's chuckled. "Old fool," he said. "Old," Varamor agreed. "Fool, perhaps less so now." He stood, if standing meant anything in a place that was more memory than matter. He ran his hands over the pillar's surface. The lines there no longer belonged solely to Valyria. They were a palimpsest now, rewritten and overwritten, full of foreign curves and unexpected breaks. Some parts were worn smooth, where too many hands had rubbed. Others were jagged where roots had cracked them. It was not neat. It was not elegant. It was alive. "We are threads," he said, almost to himself. Vela snorted but did not contradict him. Above, in the world of flesh, a girl sat cross-legged at the base of a heart tree in a rebuilt God's Wood and traced the grain of the wood with her fingers. Her name did not matter to the skein. It mattered to her. She could feel, when she closed her eyes, faint echoes of things that had happened long before she was born. A boy meeting a queen in a dragon-carved hall, dragons roaring over snow. A maester standing where she sat and arguing with a voice only he could hear. "Are you watching me too?" she asked the tree. Leaves rustled. "We watch," it said. "We listen. We remember. What you do with that is yours." She smiled. "Good," she said. "Then watch this." She reached into the hollow where she had hidden a scrap of old parchment, stained with ink and sap. On it, in a cramped, fading hand, were notes about threads and choices, and the feeling of touching root and stone together. Edrin's hand. She smoothed it. She picked up her own quill. She began to write, not the story that had been planned for her, not the stories her parents or lords or old ghosts might have laid out, but the one she chose, here now, knowing that her words would become another thin line on a pillar under a dead mountain. Far below, Varamor felt the scratch of her quill as a tickle against his palm. He smiled. "Good plot advancement," Merrick said dryly. Varamor laughed, the sound shaking a little dust from the cracks. "Accuracy," he thought, watching the new line grow. "This at last feels true." Care. Benmir. Her name was Mara Snow, though the gods alone knew if that were truly her father's name or only the one the steward had written down when they brought her, squalling and red-faced, to Winterfell's gates. She grew up in shadowed corridors and smoky kitchens, under the eyes of stone wolves and iron-helmed guards. She learned to steal crusts from cooling loaves without getting her fingers wrapped, to slip through crowds unseen, to climb into the lower branches of the heart tree, when no one was watching. The godswood saw her first. She was 5 when she pressed her small palm against the weirwood's trunk, mimicking the way she had seen the Lord's son do it once. The bark was rough and cold. Sap oozed where some old cut had opened, sticky and clear. She wrinkled her nose and wiped her hand on her tunic. A whisper brushed the back of her mind. Not words, not then. Just a sense of somebody looking back, curious. The next day, she came again. "Do you remember?" she whispered to the carved face, feeling foolish. "It's Mara, the one who got sap on her hand." The leaves stirred, though no wind touched the other trees. "We remember," something said, faint as the hush of snow. She gasped, half in fright, half in delight. After that, she came every day. No one noticed a little girl slipping away for an hour between peeling roots and scrubbing pots. The godswood was a place of quiet. The servants preferred the warmth of the great hall, the bustle of the yards. The noble children came sometimes to shoot arrows or walk solemnly with maesters. Mara came to talk. "Is it you that makes the ravens clever?" she asked once, watching the black shapes hop and eye her with beady intelligence. "Or are they just like that?" "They are old friends," the tree said. "They listen. They bring and carry. They are themselves." She considered this. "Like me?" she asked. The leaves rustled. "We remember another with sap on his hand," the tree said. "Ink on his fingers. Strange dreams." "Edrin," Mara said proudly. She had found his name in a dusty ledger in the maester's tower, hidden like a secret. "The old maester, Lewin's friend. He wrote so many things." He listened. The tree agreed. He asked. Soon enough, Mara found what he had left. She was 10 then, lean and quick, her hair a tangle of brown, her hands calloused from work. Maester Arleth, Lewin's successor's successor, set her to sweeping the lower shelves of the tower's library. The older boys preferred copying letters to hauling buckets. Mara preferred quiet to being knocked about in the yard, so she took the broom and the dust without complaint. She found the crack behind the lowest shelf by accident. Something had wedged there, catching on the rough stone. When she prized it out, she discovered an old roll of parchment, stained and stiff, smelling faintly of earth and something sweeter. Edrin's cramped hand marched across it, lines of text and diagrams of threads and pillars and trees. She understood none of it at first. She took it to the godswood. "What does this mean?" she asked, spreading it on the snowy ground, smoothing the edges. Sap glistened faintly on the parchment, as if the tree had wept on it once. "Memory," the heart tree said. "A man who saw patterns. A man who argued with ghosts." Mara traced the lines with a fingertip. "What patterns?" she asked. "What ghosts?" The tree sighed in its slow, leafy way. "Old ones," it said. "Fire children from far away. They carved the world into their own shape, here and otherwhere. They bound themselves into blood. They spoke through fire and stone." "You mean the Dragonlords," she said. She had grown up on the stories. The Wolf King and the Dragon Queen. The battle at the Barrows where the dead fell and did not rise again. The 3 dragons searing the night. The King of Winter cutting an ice demon down. Children's tales, the cooks called them sometimes, when she lingered to listen by the hearth. They'd happened before she was born, when Lord John still walked the halls, and Lady Sansa's hair had not yet gone silver at the temples. Mara had seen the scars in the yard where dragonfire had scorched stone, the patches of glassy earth in the far fields where no grass grew even now. She had not seen the war. She had seen how people spoke of it, with pride and unease both. "They thought you were stories too," she told the tree. "We are stories," the tree agreed. "So are you." She squinted at Edrin's notes. "He says there are threads," she muttered. "Lines, as if people's lives are strings on a loom, and someone wove them." "Someone's," the tree corrected. "Many hands. Some heavier than others." "Is that wrong?" she asked. Leaves whispered. "The first men thought they were the only hands," it said. "They carved the land, cut the woods. Then they learned they were not alone. They changed. The Fire Children thought they could hold the world by themselves. They did not ask. They did not change until the fire ate them. Now other hands have joined. The loom is crowded. Can we stop them? Mara said. She did not know why the idea angered her, but it did. The thought that some dead Dragonlord in a broken city or some faceless priest in a faraway temple might be tugging at the way her life would go, that her choices might not be truly hers, sat in her chest like a stone. Would you stop the wind? The tree asked. Yes, she said stubbornly, if it kept blowing my hair and my eyes. The tree laughed, a sound like branches creaking under snow. Little Root, it said, amused. You may not stop the wind, but you might plant hedges. You might build walls. You might learn when to bend with it and when to lean. How? She demanded. By learning the song, it said simply, then deciding when not to sing it. That was how Mara Snow, kitchen girl, bastard of nowhere, became apprenticed to the trees. No one called her that aloud. Maester Arleth called her a bright nuisance when she asked too many questions. The steward called her lazy when she slipped away from chores. The castle saw only another child underfoot. The Godswood watched her grow. She read everything she could find with Edrin's name on it. His old reports on harvests and ravens' flights, his careful copying of treaties, his private notes on strange dreams and old gods and the cold he had felt through the candle. She traced his ink with her finger and felt, sometimes as if she could hear a faint echo of his thoughts, like hearing a voice through a closed door. She took to carrying a scrap of parchment herself, folded and refolded until its edges went soft. On it, she drew her own lines. They were not the vast shapes Edrin had tried to map. She did not see continents. She saw hallways and faces. The scullion who always stole an extra slice of meat for the boy with the twisted leg. The way that boy's laughter made the laundress smile instead of cry. The way that smile made her work an hour longer without snapping at anyone. Mara drew lines between those acts. We're all threads, she told the tree once. But we weave too, don't we? We're not just dragged along. Yes, the tree said. So, if I know which way the big threads are pulling, Mara said slowly, maybe I can tug the small ones in ways that make the pull less bad. You can try, the tree said. She did. It started with gossip. She listened in kitchens and corridors, in the yard and the great hall's corners, piecing together little patterns of who spoke to whom and why. She nudged here and there, a phrase repeated with a slightly different inflection. A piece of news mentioned at just the right moment. A suggestion murmured to a boy who looked like he was about to make a mistake. Once, she saw clear as day how a fight would break out. Two men, drunk and sour with the day's hard work, glaring at each other over spilled ale. Their hands twitched toward knives. She saw, like a faint overlay, the way it would go. A shove, a slash, a dead man on the floor, a widow in the lower keep. She stepped between them. Drinks are on me, she said before she could think better of it, pushing a few copper pennies she had hoarded onto the trestle. They blinked at her, surprised, then laughed at the absurdity of a slip of a girl buying them beer. Someone clapped her on the back. The moment broke. The future she had seen wavered like smoke and was gone. The widow never became a widow. The tree murmured approval. You tug, it said. Can the others tug harder? She asked. The Fire Children, the Death God, the Pillar. She had taken to thinking of the Valyrian presence as a shape of stone, because that was how Edrin had drawn it. They can, the tree said, but they do not always look so closely. They do not know every leaf on every branch. They do not feel every ant on every root. Good, she muttered. Let them miss things. She was 12 when the summons came from Old Town. Lord Bran had seen it coming, though he did not say how. He sat in the high seat now, thin and quiet, his eyes gone far more often than they were present. People called him the three-eyed wolf behind his back. In front of him, they called him Lord Stark or His Grace, depending on how much they remembered the day the North had lifted him and Jon, both at different times. Mera had seen birds light on his shoulders, unafraid. She had seen him stare at nothing and weep, silently. When the raven from the citadel came, sealed with a thick gray blob of wax and many fussy knots, he read it himself. "Maester Arleth is recalled," he said at supper. "The citadel wishes to exchange wisdom." The way he said the words made Mera's neck prickle. Later, he sent for her. She climbed the tower stairs with her stomach knotting. He sat in the small solar, a fire burning low. The window opened to the night. Snow drifted in fine flakes. His chair had wheels. The old maester's contraptions creaked softly as he shifted. "Mera," he said. She bobbed a little half-curtsy. "My lord," she said. "You wanted..." "I saw you," he said, cutting gently across. "In the Godswood, with the parchment." Her mouth went dry. "I wasn't stealing," she blurted. "It was left there. I only read." "I left it," Bran said. She blinked. "The parchment was Edrin's," he went on. "His hand, his thoughts, his arguments. When I woke to what I was, I sought his memories. He had stood where I stand now, in a way. He had asked questions no one else thought to ask. So I took his notes, and I gave them to the tree. It seems..." His mouth twitched in something like a smile. "The tree gave them to you." "Why me?" she whispered. He looked at her with eyes that seemed older than the stone around them. "You listened," he said simply. "Most people who go into the Godswood talk at the gods if they talk at all. They don't listen back. You did." She swallowed. "The Citadel has questions," Bran said. "They feel the tug of the threads more strongly now. Too many candles have lit lately. Too many dreams have carried the same images. They want to understand. Some of them want to control. Some truly do want to learn." "Do you trust them?" she asked. He smiled, faint and wry. "I trust that they will be themselves," he said. "Suspicious, careful, arrogant, curious. They will send someone to learn more. They asked for a maester. I am sending an apprentice." "No," her heart stuttered. "Me?" she croaked. "You read," he said. "You listen, you tug, and you are angry that anyone else might tug without your knowing." Heat rose to her cheeks. "You will go to Old Town," Bran said. "You will learn what they know now. You will show them what you choose. You will decide what to hide. The trees will watch with you. The dead fire children will whisper to their candles. The death god's servants will sharpen their knives and pretend not to care. You will stand where Edrin stood, only with more compassion." She stared at him. "I am just..." she began. "A thread," he said. "So are all of us. Go, see where you run." The journey to Old Town was nothing like the journeys in the songs. There were no brigands leaping from behind hedges, no mysterious strangers with secret destinies sharing her fire. There was cold and mud and the endless creak of wagon wheels. There were cramped nights in crowded inns, the stink of too many bodies pressed together against the wind, the ache in her legs from walking when the wagon ruts grew too deep to ride. She watched the land change. The hard lines of the north softened. Snow gave way to bare earth, then to patches of green. Trees she did not know by name rustled overhead. Birds called in voices different from the crows and ravens of home. The Godswood's murmur grew faint, then faded altogether. She felt suddenly alone. The Valyrian voice came to her for the first time then, unmediated. "You feel the absence," it noted. She started, nearly biting her tongue. "Pooh," she began aloud, then bit that too, glancing around. The wagon driver was humming tunelessly, unbothered. "We speak through many things," the voice went on, amused. "Fire, stone, blood, blood. Here, with no roots under your feet, with no old face watching. You hear us more clearly. You're the ones who carved the skein, she whispered under her breath, turning her face away as if studying the hedgerows. The Dragonlords. We are what remains of them, it said. You used people like dough, she said. You kneaded them into the shapes you wanted. You decided who lived and who died so that your pattern would hold. She expected indignation. She got a shrug in her head. We decided which deaths would buy the most survival, it said. There is a difference. Not to the dead, she muttered. To some of them, perhaps not, the voice said. To others, quite. The man who dies believing his children will live in a whole world chooses differently from the man who believes nothing matters. She ground her teeth. You're still doing it, she hissed. Guiding, pushing, whispering. Less than before, it said. The trees pulled at our hands. The death god demanded his own price. Your kind learned to tug for yourselves. We do less. We suggest more. I didn't ask, she snapped. Silence. Then, unexpectedly, laughter. You sound like Edrin, it said. He shouted at us too. We listened to him more than he knew. Then listen now, she said. The world survived your long night. The cold cracked. Your pillar is wrapped in roots and shadows. You are no longer the only ones holding the walls up. Let us live. We are not stopping you, it said mildly. Not now, she said. But the skein is still there. The patterns, the expectations. You nudge. You will nudge again when something frightens you. You want us gone, it realized. Entirely. Yes, she whispered, surprised by the fierce clarity of it. The voice was quiet for a long time as the wagon rolled on. At last, it sighed. You may be the first to wish that and understand what you are wishing for, it said. Most who curse us simply want someone to blame when the world hurts them. Do you blame us? She asked. For surviving, it said. No. She had no answer to that. Old Town rose from the mist like a dream of stone. Towers speared the sky, some leaning, some straight. The Hightower's beacon burned, even in daylight, a pale ghost of fire. Boats bobbed on the whispering sound. Seabirds wheeled and screamed. The citadel sprawled along the riverbank. Courtyards and cloisters, arches and bridges. More books than Mara had ever imagined could exist in one place. They let you in? A novice asked her, wide-eyed, when she first presented Bran's letter. He was tall and gawky, his chain a patchwork of thin links that clinked when he moved. You're a girl. She's an apprentice, said a voice from behind him. Archmaester Revel looked older than he had in Edrin's day, which was only natural. His hair more silver, his back more bent. His eyes were the same, sharp, curious, wary. Mara bowed, fumbling, nearly knocking her forehead against his chest. My lord, she stammered. Maester, he corrected gently. Or Archmaester if we are being formal. But there is little formal in this. Come, we have much to speak of. He took her to a tower very like the one Edrin had once watched from, though the glass candle now stood on a taller plinth, in a room that had been dusted recently rather than abandoned. It burned. Its light was a faint green shimmer, barely bright enough to read by, yet it filled the room with a sense of depth, as if the air stretched further than the walls allowed. Bran Stark writes that you listen to trees, Revel said without preamble. That you have inherited Edrin's notes. Mara shifted, uncertain. I found them, she said. He left them to be found, Revel said. Do not let humility tangle the threads of plain fact. We have felt presence, he went on, nodding toward the candle. Dreams have been more frequent, not just among those old bloodlines where we expect such things. Men who never left their villages dream of dragons and snow. Women who never learned their letters see visions of ice cracking and roots in stone. We have lit candles that should have remained dead. We have heard things. Now, the Fire Children, Mara said. He inclined his head. And something else, he admitted. Old gods, some would say. Something in the roots of the world, if you prefer. A third voice. I would know how you hear them, how you see. Nui, and they knew. She looked at the candle and felt again the press of that Valyrian will, curious and cautious. She thought of the heart tree's patient rustle, of the death god's cool regard she had only glimpsed in Edrin's notes. I see threads, she said slowly. Little ones, in kitchens, in halls. How a word said now might lead to a quarrel or a laugh later. Sometimes if I stare too hard, I get dizzy, like I'm looking down from too high. I see more. Larger patterns, Rival prompted. She nodded reluctantly. And do you feel the pull to adjust them? He asked. Yes, she said. Sometimes. And sometimes I feel others pulling. Harder. He studied her. Do you wish to learn more? He asked. She thought of staying in Winterfell, warm by the kitchen hearth, the godswood's whisper in her ear. She thought of the long barrow, which she had only ever seen from afar. She thought of the pillar under the dead mountain, which she had never seen at all, and yet could picture as clearly as her own hand. Yes, she said. Then you will stay, he said simply. We will teach you what we know of herbs and numbers, of history and tides. You will teach us what you decide to of trees and threads. And together, perhaps, we will learn how to live with the fact that the world is being woven, not by one hand, but by many. Nay, now. Years passed. Mera grew. She earned links for ravenry and healing, for history and numbers. She learned to set bones and to coax ink from reluctant oak galls. She learned to love the feel of a well-made book in her hands, the weight of knowledge. She kept her scrap of parchment. She added more to it, lines branching out beyond Winterfell now, threads that ran through Old Town's halls, through the conversations of archmaesters and novices, through the letters she sent and the ones she chose not to. She wrote Edrin's name next to her own, small in the corner. She did not forget where her path had started. The glass candle burned steady now. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, she climbed the tower and sat with it. She touched it with careful fingers and let her mind sink. She saw as Edrin had seen, far above the world, threads of light rising from cities and castles and lonely farms. She saw as he had not, roots twining among those threads, pale and strong, and shadows moving where the many-faced god's servants slid between lives. She saw Valyria's broken peninsula, still smoking, still dangerous. The pillar there glowed faintly, roots wrapped around it like a hand around a blade. She saw, clear as day, a path. It ran from the citadel's tower to the docks, from the docks to a ship, from the ship across the sea. Not yet, she whispered when the Valyrian voice stirred in the candle's depth. Yet it said, you do intend to come. Yes, she said, but not alone. It laughed softly. You think you will bring the trees with you? It asked. The faces in the wood do not like the sea. I will bring their sap, she said. And death's knives? It asked, amused. Will you ask the many-faced god to walk into the heart of what we are? Yes, she said again. Why? It asked. She drew a breath. Because it cannot go on like this forever, she said. The world held against the cold. Good. That was needed. You did terrible things to make sure there would be something left to hold. Fine. But I will argue that with you later in the afterlife. But now the crisis is past. The thread is broken, if not gone. And still you cling. Nani, da. We cling to survival, it said. And to control, she said. We are bound to the skein, it answered. We are the skein. To release it is to unmake ourselves. Maybe, she said. Maybe not. Maybe you become something else. Something smaller. A thread among threads, like Edrin did. Like I will be, like John and Daenerys were in the end. That name made the candle's light flicker. We gave them their lines, it said. We. You nudged, she said. They chose. They chose to stand at the barrows. They chose not to burn King's Landing when they could have. They chose to share rule after, when everyone expected another war. She smiled faintly. You didn't plan that, did you? She asked. Silence. No? It's said at last. Then perhaps you are not the only ones who can hold the world, she said. We will not open the pillar to you, it warned. She shrugged. Then I will knock, she said. She wrote letters. One to Winterfell, sealed with the simple mark of an apprentice, but carrying Bran Stark's old cipher within. She asked for sap and for trust. One to Braavos. In the strange, slanting script, the kindly man had once shown Bran, who had shown it to Edrin, who had left traces of it in his notes. She asked nothing outright. She told a story of a blade that had grown too heavy for one hand to hold. One to a nameless red temple in Volantis, where flames had shown more than one priest visions of dragons and ice. She did not know which would be answered. All of them were. The weirwood sap came in a small, well-sealed jar, wrapped in wool, carried by a raven that landed on her windowsill as if it had flown from the north in a single breath. Do not spill it, the note inside said in Bran's thin, neat hand. Its memory is older than ours. The faceless one came as a quiet man who had always been there. He appeared one day in the Citadel's library, hood up, fingers tracing the spines of books with idle curiosity. Novices stepped around him without seeing. Maester's eyes slid over him in a way. Mara watched him from her table. You took a promise to the Fire Children once, she said quietly, when he came to stand beside her shelf, in a cavern under a mountain that no longer stands. He did not look at her. You know much for an apprentice, he observed. I read old notes, she said. I listened to trees. I talked to candles. Dangerous habits, he said. I am going to Valyria, she told him. To the pillar, to ask a question they've been avoiding for a very long time. I thought Death might want to be there when I ask it. He turned his head slightly. Why would Death care? He asked. Because if the skein continues as it has, there will always be someone arranging deaths to suit their pattern, she said. Not letting them fall where they might mean most. That cannot sit well with the god who collects all coins, good and ill, rich and poor alike. He was silent for a heartbeat. Perhaps Death is curious, he said at last. The Red Priestess was young, for her order. Her hair still more black than red, her eyes bright. Her name was Elaine, though she had worn other names. Our god showed us fire-shattering ice long before the dragons hatched, she said, when Mara came to her in a narrow Volantine alley, stepping away from the press of the market. We thought it meant Stannis. Then we thought it meant Daenerys. We were wrong more often than we were right. She smiled wryly. But the fire itself was not wrong, she went on. It burned what it needed to burn. It showed what it needed to show. We misread. Misused? Perhaps it is time we looked at the hearth, not just the flames. We're going to the heart of the old hearth, Mara said, to ask if it needs to burn so bright anymore. The priestess laughed. Flames do not like being told how high to leap, she said. Flames also go out when they have burned all the wood, Mara countered. Better to bank them. Elaine tilted her head thoughtfully. I will come, she said. They sailed on no great fleet. A single stout ship, its hull tarred and tight. Its captain an old sailor who did not like to speak of why his left hand trembled when the mist rolled in. You're mad, he told Mara cheerfully, squinting at the smoking horizon as the waters darkened. But then, so were the last ones who went that way. One came back with eyes that had seen too much. The other never came back at all. But they paid me well, and your coin spends the same, so here we are. The sea around Valyria was not like other seas. It bubbled in places where no wind disturbed it, belched foul-smelling gas that made the crew cough. Floating stones, pumice light, bumped against the hull. The sky took on a permanently gray cast, sun only a pale smudge. Mara stood at the prow, the jar of sap secure in her satchel, the glass candle's weight in her mind. She felt the pillar before she saw it. It was a pull in her breast, a tug at every line she had ever drawn. The Skane's heart recognizing one of its own approaching. The faceless one stood at the rail, his hands bare to the wet wind, unbothered. Elaine murmured to her god under her breath, her eyes half closed. The ruined city rose from the mists like a nightmare. Towers half melted, leaning at impossible angles. Bridges broken mid-span over rivers of black water. Streets choked with ash and vines. Statues toppled, their proud faces melted to grotesques. The doom had not ended here so much as lingered. They disembarked at a cracked quay, boots crunching on glassy sand. Mara tasted metal in the air, sulfur and something else. Old fires trapped too long. "Do not breathe too deep," the captain warned them, staying with his ship. "Do not stray far. Do not look too long at anything that looks back." They walked into the city. The path to the pillar was burned into Mara's dreams by now. Down streets where dragon heads jutted from walls, their eye sockets empty. Under arches carved with Valyrian script she could not read. Past plazas where bones lay half buried in ash, their shapes twisted beyond recognition. They descended into a fissure where the ground had split. Heat rose from below, making sweat bead on their faces. At the bottom lay the cavern. The pillar stood at its center. Even broken, it was immense. Obsidian, shot through with faint green when the light hit it just so, etched with lines that moved when she tried to follow them. Roots coiled around it, pale and strong, forcing their way into cracks, prizing stone apart. At its base, water, if it was water, shimmered black and still. Mara's knees wanted to buckle. She had seen it in dreams, on parchment, in candlelight. Seeing it in stone made her heart stutter. Varamor watched her approach. He had known she would come. He had felt the path the moment she drew it, back in the Godswood, her quills scratching over parchment. He had watched her grow, through the candle, through the heart tree, through letters and choices. He had argued with Vela about her. "She's dangerous," Vela had said. "She questions. She seeks to cut us from our work. She may be necessary," he had answered. "You say that about every uncertainty," she had snapped. "Because uncertainty is all that is left," he had said. Now, as the mortal girl stepped into the cavern, her eyes wide, her hand on the jar of sap at her hip, he felt something like pride. He had not expected that. She stopped before the pillar. The faceless one stood to her left, as silent as the stone. Elaine stood to her right, the faintest of flames cupped in her palms, its light a tiny defiance against the glow from below. Mara drew a breath. "You wanted this," she said aloud, her voice sounding thin against the cavern's vastness. "Once, to bind the world, to keep it from breaking, you bound yourselves with it. You gave up your bodies, your faces, your names. You became the Skane." The pillar hummed. "We did," the Valyrian voice said, resonant rock under her feet. "We were right to." "You were," she said. Vela's presence surged, startled. "What?" she demanded. "You were right," Mara repeated. Then, the cold would have rolled over everything. The walls built by trees and songs were cracked. Men had forgotten. Someone had to tie things back together. You saw farther than most. You acted. Naive? The roots rustled, uneasy. "You gave us time," Mara said. "To remember, to change, to become more than pieces on your board." She set the jar of sap down and unstoppered it. The smell that rose was like rain on dry earth, like fresh cut wood, like blood from a cut finger pressed to bark. "I am not here to curse you," she said. "I am not here to praise you. I am here to say, enough." The pillar shuddered. "Enough?" Vela hissed. "Enough binding the cold? Enough holding the walls? Enough making sure that the worst does not always win?" Enough deciding for us, Mara said. Enough writing every war, every marriage, every child's birth into your stone. Enough thinking no one else can hold the weight without you pulling every string. If we let go, the skein said, Varamor, Vela, Merix, and the others speaking as one, if we release the threads, they will fly wild. Chaos. Older things than the cold watch from beyond the edges. You do not know what waits. No, she said. I don't. Neither do you. That's the point. There was a low chuckle. The faceless one, at her side, spoke for the first time. You fear losing control, he said, addressing the pillar as if it were a difficult client. We fear control that never ends. The God I serve collects all deaths. He does not care whether they are meaningful or senseless in your pattern. He cares that they are paid. You have been telling him where his coins should fall. That was tolerable while the world teetered. We had a common interest. Now our interests diverge. You would prefer a world of accidents? The skein asked, scornful. Of wasted lives, of potential never realized. And who are you to say what is wasted? Elaine said softly, her flame casting her face in shifting light. We saw in our fires what we wanted to see. We said our God wanted what we desired. We were wrong. We burned people who might have done great things, because we thought their sacrifice would buy us a future shaped to our taste. We were wrong, she repeated, voice steady. Your sight is greater than ours was. Your power's deeper. Your sins are the same. Varamor flinched at that. Mara stepped closer. You don't have to vanish, she said. You can change. Share. Be one voice among many. You can let the world grow up. Nah. We are bound, the skein said. This pillar, these lines, our blood in their veins. There is no easy way to unmake that without tearing everything we have tied. She smiled, faint and fierce. That, she said, is why I brought a knife. She dipped her fingers into the jar. Sap clung to her skin, cool and thick. She pressed her hand against the pillar. It burned. Not with heat, with memory. She felt every stroke the Dragonlords had carved. Every child denied birth and every king propped on a throne. Every war nudged into being. She felt the doom tearing through their work, felt the frantic binding to blood, the migration of their minds into threads. She felt the long centuries of manipulation, sometimes subtle, sometimes brutal. She felt the cold. She felt the barrowfield. She felt Edrin's hand under hers, ink and sap. The roots surged. We can cut some, they said. We can grow through. But we cannot see the whole pattern as you do. We are slow. We can see parts, Death said through the faceless one. We can take what needs to end, but we cannot touch what must be kept. Our hand is final. The pillar hummed. You propose what exactly? It asked. Mara's bones shook with it. A loosening, she said. We keep some bindings, the ones that hold the cold shards in place, the ones that keep certain walls from crumbling entirely. We unhook the skein from every birth, every bed, every blade. We leave memory. We leave warning. We take your hand off the rudder. We cannot know what that will do, Vela hissed. No, she said. We can't. Varamor, within the stone, looked at the pattern. He saw lines he had carved, lines others had added, roots and shadows and bright threads of human will. He saw knots that any tug would tighten or snap. He saw the cold lattice, fractured but not gone, glimmering at the far northern edge. He saw possibilities. He saw, for the first time since he had plunged his hands into the hall's brazier ages ago, a future he could not predict at all. It is terrifying, he murmured. It is necessary, Merrick said. Vela recoiled. You would let everything we built go to chance? She demanded. To the whims of men who forget their own songs? Not to chance, Varamor said. To them. He thought of John refusing to kneel. of Daenerys choosing to bank her fire, of Edrin pressing sap-sticky fingers to bark and stone both. "We wanted to save the world," he said. "We did. We have. Now we have to trust it to save itself." "You will unmake us," Vela whispered. He looked at her. "We will change," he said. "We have been ghosts too long." He reached for the roots. The trees met his hand. Mera screamed without sound. The sap on her palms sank into the pillar, carrying the old god's slow patience with it. The weirwood's song threaded through Valyrian runes, not overriding them but weaving between. The many-faced god's presence slitted along the cracks, a thin blade prying at certain joints, cutting some bonds and leaving others. Varamore let go. He did not cling to every line. He did not try to direct which bindings broke. He opened his fingers and felt threads he had held for centuries slip free. The pillar cracked. Not in a single catastrophic shattering, but in a series of controlled fractures. Mera felt them like ribs breaking. She saw, in a staccato series of visions, patterns unspool. A war that had been inevitable across the summer sea breathed, its path wobbling, and became a tense standoff instead when a prince decided not to take offense at a drunken insult. A marriage that had seemed destined between two great houses failed when the bride refused and was not forced. A child who would have been smothered in his crib because some long-forgotten prophecy marked him as dangerous lived and became a quiet, competent steward instead of a dead hope. Some bindings held. The shards of the cold lattice that had fled into far ice quivered, shook, and stayed where they were, pinned by roots and what remained of Valyrian will. Some walls stayed up. Others did not. In some small village, far from any castle, a man who would once have had his life bent towards some distant king's need now simply chose to marry the girl he loved instead of the one his father preferred. 100 such choices added up to a river of humanity that no longer flowed in a channel carved solely by Dragonlords' hands. Mera sagged. Elaine caught her elbow. The faceless one stood still, head tilted slightly, as if listening to a voice only he heard. "In the pillar," Vela screamed. "You fool," she shrieked at Varamore. "You traitor. You have killed us." He felt himself thinning. He had been so tied to the skein that each bond cut took some of him with it. Parts of his memory blurred, names he had once held sheafed like wheat scattered. He did not resist. "We have had more life than any man deserves," he said gently. "If we become less than what we were, perhaps that is fair." "You will disappear into them," Merrick said. "Into all of them," he agreed. "Into their choices, into their mistakes, into their stories. That is not a bad end." He thought of a little girl with sap on her hand drawing lines in a god's wood. He thought of a boy on a wall looking north. He thought of dragons wheeling over snow. He let go. The pillar's glow dimmed. The lines etched into it faded, some almost entirely, leaving faint scars where they had been. The roots, no longer fighting stone, grew more easily, splitting it, breaking chunks away. In time, the pillar would fall. In time, it would be just another odd-shaped rock in a cavern under a dead mountain. Mera opened her eyes. The cavern felt quieter. The presence that had pressed at the back of her skull, ever since she had first touched the candle, was still there, but changed. Less like a hand on her shoulder, more like an echo in a hall, present, but not pushing. She could still see threads, but they did not hum with a single intention anymore. They lay in looser bundles, more scattered. Some tangled messily, some ran clear and singular. "You have done it," the faceless one said. There was no triumph in his voice, only acknowledgement. "For now," she said hoarsely, "until someone else tries to take hold." Elaine's flame flickered. "The fire is different," the priestess murmured. "Quieter, as if it no longer feels compelled to leap into every shadow." Mera picked up the sap jar and stoppered it. "We should go," she said. As they turned to leave, a voice, fainter now, but still distinct, spoke one last time. "Mera, Demia. She paused. Yes, she said. Thank you, Varamore said. She smiled, eyes stinging. Thank you, she said, for letting go. They left the cavern. The city of Valyria shifted minutely as they walked back through it, as if some long-held breath had been released. Support beams creaked, then settled. Ash fell in soft sighs. On the ship, as the ruined peninsula faded into mist behind them, Mara stood at the stern and watched. Do you think it's done? Elaine asked quietly, coming to leaning on the rail beside her. No, Mara said. Nothing is ever done. There will be others. There will be new magics, new weavers, new fools who think they know best. There will be new winters, new wars, new songs. No. She took a breath of sea air that tasted, for the first time, almost clean. But the world is ours again, she said. Not theirs. She felt the heart tree's distant rustle, faint but there, like the memory of wind through leaves. We remember, they said. The many-faced gods said nothing, but Mara felt a sense of approval, cool and distant, as if a debt had been paid correctly. In Old Town, the glass candle flickered and went dark. Archmaester Revel woke from a dream of pillars and roots with tears on his cheeks, and no clear memory of why. In Winterfell's Godswood, a girl with auburn hair, not Mara now but another younger still, pressed her hand to the bark and felt only the tree, not any ghosts behind it. In a small village, a man woke, stretched, and went to work without the nagging sense that his life was supposed to be going somewhere else. In Bravos under the black and white dome, the kindly man lit a taper and watched the way its flame moved. Interesting, he murmured. In a red temple in Volantis, Elaine knelt before her altar and found that when she looked into the fire, it showed her not distant wars and promised princes, but the faces of her own neighbors, their fears and hopes. In Valyria's cavern, the pillar cracked once more and a chunk fell, splashing into the black water. No one heard it. Mara returned to Winterfell by way of Old Town and Bravos and half a dozen other places that all had their own stories now. She carried with her no grand proclamation, no proof. Only a jar of sap, half empty, and a scrap of parchment that had been written on, and erased, and written on again until it looked more gray than white. She went to the Godswood. The heart tree's face watched her. You felt it, she said. Yes, it said simply. Was it right? She asked. Leaves rustled. Right, wrong, the tree said. Those are small words for large things. You did what you did. The world will grow around it. She laughed. You sound like the maesters, she said. We have been listening to them, it said, amused. She sat with her back against the trunk. Children played in the yard beyond, their shouts drifting in. A woman sang somewhere, a work song. A dog barked. The ordinary weave of life. She closed her eyes. She could still see threads. But now, when she reached to tug one, she felt the weight of her hand in a different way. There was no vast will behind her, no pillar humming agreement. There were only her own limits, her own understanding, and the knowledge that whatever she did, others would tug too. She set her hand down. She would still step in when she saw a fight brewing over spilled ale. She would still send a raven when she thought it might save a life. She would still write, and listen, and argue. She would not try to be a pillar. Do you think they're gone? She asked the tree. The Dragonlords. Gone? It mused. No. Nothing that was ever here is ever entirely gone. They are thinner, quieter, threads among threads. As they should be. Mara smiled. Good, she said. Let them argue with their neighbors at the inn like everyone else. Far away, in some small town that had never seen a dragon, a man with silver in his hair and lilac eyes, not quite dulled by age, sneezed, as if someone had walked over his grave, though he did not know why. He shook it off and went back to his work, planing a board smooth for a crib. Valyrian sorcery had not died. It had changed from the iron hand on the loom to a faint memory in the wood, a ghost in old steel, a whisper in certain bloodlines that might, if they listened, tell them that the world was larger than their own desires. The Dragonlords' manipulation of every war and bloodline had ended not with another doom, not with fire or ice, but with a kitchen girl who had listened to a tree and decided that the world deserved the chance to weave itself. Centuries later, when storytellers in Winterfell's hall told the tale, they argued over where to begin. Some started with Valyria and its fall. Some started with Jon and Daenerys at the Barrowfield. Some started with Edrin and his glass candle. A few, the ones who listened more than they spoke, started with Mera, sap on her hand and ink on her fingers, drawing a line between a heart tree and a pillar no one else could see. None of them told it accurately. No story ever is. But the world went on, messy and loud and full of people choosing, every day, in ways no pillar would ever fully predict again. By the time Mera's hair began to find its first strands of gray, the stories of the Barrowfield had softened into something almost bearable. Children still flung wooden swords at each other in the yard, crying out the names of dragon and wolf, other and white. Old men still pointed their cups toward the north on winter nights, and muttered thanks that the shadows beyond the wall had gone quiet. But the terror had dulled, as all terrors do when stacked behind rent and harvest and marriage and quarrel. The world busied itself with living. Winterfell's walls were higher now. New stone sat atop old, lighter in color, the lines of the masonry not quite matching the ancient foundations. The great hall had been widened, the roof beams carved with dragons as well as direwolves. Outside the walls, a straggle of new houses had grown into a town of its own, smoke from their chimneys weaving with the castles into a single dark thread. Mera sat in the godswood, her back against the heart tree, watching the breath of that thread drift up to join the low gray clouds. "You're quiet," she said. "We listen," the tree replied. "More than you speak," she said. "We have no need to pull so hard," the tree said. "The world moves itself, mostly." She could feel that. Once, if she closed her eyes in such a place, the skein had thrummed like a plucked harp string, a constant pressure behind her eyes. Now the hum was lower, less insistent. Threads ran, they tangled, they broke. Some brushed her awareness, most did not. The great lattice of Valyrian will that had once tried to catch everything had thinned into something more like a ghost of intention. The world's pattern was more like a river now than a woven cloth. It flowed. It eddied. Sometimes rocks shaped it. Sometimes it shaped the rocks. Children's laughter echoed from beyond the trees. The spring thaw had come late, and the first truly warm day of the season had coaxed half the keep outside. Somewhere a dog barked, an impatient, joyful sound. Mera smiled without opening her eyes. "Do you miss it?" she asked softly. "When they pulled every string?" The heart tree's leaves rustled. "We remember," it said. "Remembering is not the same as missing." "You've grown philosophical in your old age," she said. "We have been listening to you," it answered dryly. Someone cleared their throat. Mera opened one eye. The boy standing at the edge of the glade was about 12, all elbows and shins, with hair too long for a lord and too well brushed for a kitchen scullion. His cloak was decent wool, dyed a muted green with a direwolf pin at one shoulder that had seen better polishing. He held a leather satchel against his chest like a shield. "Maester Mera," he said, voice cracking on the second word. She opened both eyes, pushing herself upright with a grunt. "You know that's not a proper title," she said, pretending to scowl. "I have never taken the last link." "You have more links than any maester I've met," he said. "And Lord Bran says if we must use the Citadel's words for their comfort, we may as well bend them to our use." She snorted. "Bran likes his riddles," she said. "What is it, Tolan?" He swallowed. "There's a raven," he said. "From Old Town. It's for you." Her stomach did that peculiar turn she had never quite gotten used to. the combination of dread and anticipation that meant some distant thread had tugged on her name. She pushed herself to her feet, leaning on the heart tree for balance. Her knees had begun to ache in winter, and this last one had been long. Time had not left her untouched, even with sap and old dreams in her blood. "Come on, then," she said. "Let's see what the South thinks of us today." The maester's tower smelled as it always did, ink and dust and the faint sour tang of old feathers. Maester Jory, who had been a novice under Arleth when Mara left and seemed somehow to have grown into his chain without ever growing into the full dignity of his beard, stood by the window, the raven perched on his wrist. Its black eyes glittered, its beak clacking softly. "It pecked me," Jory complained as Mara entered. "Twice. I think it knows you." "Everything that pecks knows me," Mara said cheerfully, taking the rolled parchment from the bird's leg. "It's my charm." She broke the seal. Archmaester Rival's hand was not as steady as it had been when she left Old Town. The script wavered, letters sometimes leaning, ink thicker in places where the quill had hesitated. But the rhythm of his words was the same, precise, measured, dryly amused even when speaking of storms. "Mara, you will be pleased to know that the glass candle has refused to stay lit since we last corresponded. You may be less pleased to know that certain archmaesters attribute this to my increasing senility, rather than any broader metaphysical shift." She smiled. Others, whose eyes and minds have not yet grown entirely moss-covered, have begun to notice a change in the air. Dreams are less uniform. Prophecies contradict each other more often. I have never trusted prophecy, as you know. It lies even when it tells the truth. Where once the candle would rouse half a dozen minds across the world in concert, now it wakes only one or two, and rarely the same twice. "So far as I can tell," she murmured. "That sounds like what we wanted." "Hmm?" Jory said, looking up from cleaning a quill. She waved him off and read on. "You will perhaps have also heard rumors of other phenomena. Children moving objects without touching them. Men claiming to hear voices in stones that do not belong to any of the usual gods. The red priests are in disarray. Their fires show them only their own reflections more often than not. The faceless ones, for once, decline comment. Someone's been talking to them more than he admits," she muttered. "What concerns me," Rival wrote, "is not that the world is changing. It has always done that. What concerns me is how men react when the patterns they have grown used to slip. There's a vacuum where certainty once stood, Mara. We both know how much men fear vacuums. Already there are whispers in the Citadel's lower halls of bringing order to this new chaos. A certain Archmaester in charge of higher mysteries, whom I shall not name as I am a coward and you are not, has assembled a circle of those who believe that the old Valyrian practices can be refined, made safe, used to guide these new wild magics into acceptable channels." He paused his pen there. Mara could almost see him staring at the candle, lips pursed. "I am too old to chase them down myself," he wrote. "I am not too old to know that this is how the worst mistakes always begin, with the best of intentions, in a quiet room, far from the fields where the consequences fall. If you feel the tug of this thread, I would welcome your eyes upon it. In what may be my last piece of unsolicited advice, I will say this. Remember that we are all still only threads. Be wary of becoming a loom yourself. Ever your reluctant conspirator, Rival." She stood very still, the parchment crackling between her fingers. "The Citadel always did itch when it couldn't put a label on something," Jory said, trying for levity and mostly managing fretfulness. "Do you think he's exaggerating?" "No," Mara said. She could feel it now that her attention had been turned. A new, thin hum under her feet, like someone plucking a single string a room away. It was not the old Skyne's thunder. It was a nascent, tentative thing. "Wild magics," Toland said, wide-eyed. "Like wargs? Like dragon dreams?" "Nothing is wild to itself," Mara said. "Only to those who can't see its shape. But if the Citadel is trying to make it less wild," Jory said carefully, Is that not what you and Lord Bran wanted once? For knowledge to be shared, not hoarded? For dangers to be watched? She looked at him. I wanted no one hand to hold the threads alone, she said. We loosened the skein so the world could breathe. I did not do it so another dozen hands could clench around what was left. He swallowed. Will you go? He asked. Yes, she said. At least I won't have to relearn the streets. Jory opened his mouth to protest that she was not as young as she had been, that the journey was long and the road dangerous and any number of other reasonable things. He closed it again when he saw her expression. Tolan tugged at her sleeve. Can I come? He blurted. I can carry books. Or ink. Or something. And if there's wild magic, someone should see it. Someone my age. For later. No, Penfraim. His earnestness made her chest ache. You want to watch the Watchers, she said. He nodded vigorously, dark hair flopping into his eyes. The trees say you ask good questions, he said in a rush. They say you listen, but you won't be here forever. Someone has to listen after. If all the people who know how to look at the threads stay home, then only the ones who want to tangle them will go. She glanced at the heart tree through the open tower window. The carved face gazed back. Leaves stirred. Little root, it said. Take little rootling. Mara sighed. Pack warm clothes, she told Tolan. And more patience than you think you have. Old Town's winters are soft, but its arguments are cold. They left before the first real snow. The road south had not grown less wearying in the years since she last took it. Her bones protested the bumps more loudly now, and her breath came shorter on the longer hills. But the land along the way had changed. In a market town near the neck, a woman demonstrated a trick with water, pulling thin threads of it from one bucket to another without touching it. Children clapped. Adults frowned. The Septon watched with pursed lips, but said nothing. It started after my youngest was born, the woman told Mara, when she noticed the older woman watching. I dreamt of the river standing on its head. Woke up and found the wash was flowing up my arms instead of down into the basin. Nearly scared myself to death. Now I can boil a pot in half the time. The soap seller's happy. My husband less so. She laughed, a little brittle. Why? Mara asked. He says it isn't natural, the woman said. Says the last time strange things started happening, the dead walked and dragons burned half the world. He's afraid someone will come and tell us what to do. Again. Mara nodded slowly. Has anyone? She asked. Not yet, the woman said. A man in a gray cloak asked a lot of questions last month. Wrote things down. Told me to be careful. As if I'd start flooding the house for fun. The threads around the woman shimmered, thin and bright. Mara could see no great pattern tying them to any king or war. They ran to her children, to her neighbors, to the slow, grinding wheel of the town's life. She left them untouched. We're not the only ones noticing, Tolan murmured, as they walked away. No, Mara said. And not all who notice will think as we do. Old Town's towers rose from the mist as they always had, but Mara saw new lines in them now. Some were literal, wooden scaffolds around a half-finished extension to the archives, where the citadel had overflowed its old walls with copies of books about the long night. Some were less tangible, the way groups of novices clustered around certain archmaesters more than others, the way some cloaks turned away when she passed. Ravel met her in the same courtyard where Edrin had once watched Raven's land. He was thinner, his chain lighter on shoulders grown almost frail, but his eyes were clear. You took your time, he said, opening his arms. You invited an old woman, she replied, embracing him carefully. We walk more slowly than our letters. He laughed into her shoulder. The glass candle in the tower above them was cold when she touched it. It has not lit since the day you went to Valyria, Revel said, watching her face. It's still here, she said. The Citadel does not throw away useful tools, he said dryly. Even when they cease to obey. Especially then, she murmured. That night, in a small room high in one of the narrower towers, over a pot of thin stew and a heel of bread, Rivel laid out what he knew. They call themselves the Order of the Loom, he said, lips twisting slightly, as if the taste of the name displeased him. A handful of archmaesters, more acolytes, a larger number of ambitious gray cloaks who would like to see the Citadel become more than a place of books. Who leads them? Mara asked. Archmaester Valyrian, for one, he said. You remember him? He thought Edrin's notes were an intriguing mental illness. She snorted. And Maester Corrin, who once resigned himself to counting bushels of grain in the Reach, and has decided his old age should be spent on more grandiose sums, Rival went on. There are others, men whose links for history and magic outnumber their links for healing or ravenry. Men who think in large shapes and forget that those shapes are made of small lives. No, me. What do they want? Tolan asked, eyes large in the firelight. Ravel looked at him for a moment, weighing. Certainty, he said at last. They want to be able to say, if we do this, that will happen, and have the world obey. They see wild magics. Your washing woman in the north, Mara. The boy in Lys who can make shadows walk. The dreamers in Dorne who see their neighbors' futures instead of kings. And they see danger. They want to channel it. To protect people, Tolan said, hopeful despite himself. Some, Rival said. Others see an opportunity. If there is no longer one great skein, why not a smaller one, centered here, in the hands of men who pride themselves on their wisdom? Why not guide events for the good of the realm as they perceive it? Mara stared into the stew, seeing patterns in the grease. Have they done anything yet? She asked. Small things, Revel said. At least, that is all I can prove. They send letters to certain lords, laden with advice. They cultivate friendships with men and women who dream easily. They test little spells, half remembered from Valyrian scrolls, you and I thought burned or drowned. There was a fire in the East Tower last month that should not have spread as it did. No, gee. He rubbed at his eyes. I am old, he said. I cannot walk every corridor. I cannot sit in every meeting. I cannot stand in every doorway and shout, stop, when I sense the air thicken with good intentions. I need someone they will not see coming. Mara snorted. You sent for a girl from the kitchen again, she said. I sent for a woman the trees listened to, he replied. In the weeks that followed, Mara walked the Citadel's halls until her feet throbbed. She went where she had once gone as a novice, into the Ravenry, into the kitchens, into the quieter corners of the library where older maesters kept their own stacks of forbidden texts. She listened. She listened to novices arguing over whether magic was a disease or a gift. She listened to gray cloaks mutter about respect and influence. She listened to Archmaester Valyrian lecture on the necessity of structure in a universe that would otherwise tear itself apart. The long night, he said, standing before a tapestry that depicted dragons squaring off against blue-eyed demons, was not merely a weather. It was a collapse of order. Untethered forces spilling into a world unprepared to bear them. The old magics failed to hold. Valyria rose in response, crude and brutal, yes, but effective. They wove a skein that tied power tightly. Too tightly, perhaps. The backlash burned them. We stand now in a third age, between the rigidity of the old and the chaos of the new. It falls to us to chart a middle way. And who decides what that way is? Mara asked from the back of the hall. Heads turned. Beloran's eyes narrowed. Maester Mara, he said, a touch too genial, returned from the snows to grace us with her frost. Tell me, if a child in some river village wakes able to drown his neighbors with a thought, should we simply shrug and say, the world is wild now? Or should we seek to understand, to guide? We should seek to understand, Mara said, and to teach, not to bind. Wow. Bind, guide, Beloran said, with a dismissive flick of his hand. Words. The difference is in the heart of the one who holds the rope. And who watches that heart? She asked. He smiled, thin and polite. We do, he said. We are the Citadel. We have always watched kings' hearts. We advise them. We temper them. We keep their excesses from burning the realm. Why should we not do the same with sorcerers and dreamers? Or would you have us leave such work to fire priests and masked killers? Tolan shifted beside her, bristling. Mara laid a hand on his arm. Perhaps, she said, instead of asking whether you should hold the rope, you should ask whether you are the only ones who can see the cliff. There was a ripple of amusement in the hall, quickly stifled. Belleran's eyes hardened. Careful, Maester, he said. We stand upon stone laid by men who believed themselves the only ones who saw anything. You and your friends in the north have made much of the dangers of pride. Do not fall into its mirror, the pride that assumes everyone else is blind. He dismissed the class. In the quiet that followed, as novices shuffled out in knots, Tolan hissed under his breath. He twisted your words, he said. He made them sound like arrogance. He hears what he is afraid to hear, Mara said. He hears, you are not fit to hold power and thinks I desire it instead. Fear wears many masks. Is he right? Tolan asked, low. About the child who can drown people, about the shadows. Mara thought of the washing woman in the northern town, of the boy in Lys Rivel had mentioned who could pull his own shadow from the wall and send it walking down the street to listen. Power unused rots, she said. It needs training, or it turns inward or it spills out sideways. But there is a difference between teaching a boy how not to drown his sister and deciding for him whom he must marry, so that his grandchildren stand in the right place when some future king needs saving. You'd trust him with his own choices, Tolan said. I would trust him to learn from them, she said. With help, with warning, with stories of what happens when men think themselves gods. He glanced toward the tower where the glass candles stood. Speaking of gods, he said, have you felt? Yes, she said. The thin hum under her feet had grown louder. Not the old skeins heavy chord, no. This was a higher, sharper sound, like the first tentative notes of a tune, played again and again, as if someone were trying to remember how it went. One night, she followed it. It led her to a seldom-used stair, a narrow spiral that wound down into the Citadel's oldest foundations. The stones here were damp, slick with age. The air smelled of salt and old fire. Rivel met her halfway down, a lantern in his hand. I told them I was too old to be climbing these steps, he said. They laughed and told me to stay above, so naturally, I came below. Of course you did, Mara said. They descended together. At the bottom of the stair, a low passage led to a long room carved directly into the rock. Candles flickered along its walls, their light casting shadows that danced like fingers. In the center of the room, on a table laid with scrolls and stone fragments, a glass candle burned. Not the one in the tower. This one was taller, darker, the green within it deeper. Its flame it was, burned without smoke, twisting slowly in colors almost painful to look at. Around the table stood 3 men and 1 woman, all wearing links enough to chain a horse. Valyrian was one. The others Mara recognized from small councils and lectures. Corrin of the Harvests, with his sharp gray eyes, Maester Elira, who had written a treatise arguing that dreams were merely the brain's way of digesting pain, and Archmaester Thren, whose ring and rod and mask of black iron meant his domain was mysteries best left alone. They turned as the lantern's light spilled into the room. We locked that door, Thren said. The stones remembered a crack, Rival said mildly. Belleran's gaze slid past the old man and fixed on Mara. Curiosity leads you into interesting places, Maester Mara, he said. You've made interesting places, she replied. What is this? A conversation, Belleran said, which you were not invited to. Yet I am here, she said. Either your locks are worse than you think, or some part of you wanted this challenged. Elira sniffed. Not everything is a pattern, she said. Sometimes a locked door is merely a door someone forgot to wholly secure. Sometimes, Mara said. Sometimes not. The candle's hum vibrated in her teeth. What are you talking to? She asked, nodding at it. Nah. What? Corin said. Who? He stepped closer to the table, his hands hovering over a scroll that looked older than any maester's grandam. When Valyria fell, he said, slipping into lecture without seeming to realize it, they did not leave only ruins and ghosts. They left records, fragments, scattered knowledge. We have pieced some of it back together. Their understanding of blood and fire, of how power moves through flesh and stone, was greater than anything we have since achieved. No. It also destroyed them, Mara said. Because they were greedy, Bellerin interjected. They bound everything, every spark, every line, every life. We have no intention of repeating that. We have neither the hubris nor the raw materials. The Order of the Loom, she said. Elira rolled her eyes. A name Rivel seems to think ominous, she said. He forgets that looms also make warm blankets. Warm blankets also smother, Rival muttered. What are you doing? Mara asked again. Bellerin sighed. Very well, he said. Since you insist on honesty, we have woken a fragment of the skein. He gestured to the candle. It is not what it was, he went on. Your intervention in Valyria saw to that, but threads remain. Echoes of intention, remnants of the Dragonlords' work, diffused through blood and stone. We have learned how to converse with those echoes, to ask them to nudge here and there, not to bind, not to control, but to suggest. Suggest to whom? She asked. To those with ears to hear, Elira said. To those whose choices are beginning to ripple dangerously. Dangerously to whom? Mara asked. Belleron's patience thinned visibly. To all, he snapped. When a boy in Old Town discovers he can light fires with his hands, that is a wonder. When he burns down half a street, that is a disaster. We can whisper to such a boy, through dreams, through chance meetings, through mislaid books, that perhaps he should seek training. We can whisper to his neighbors that perhaps they should not drown him at once. We can whisper to a lord in the Reach that perhaps taxing his people a little less this winter would prevent a revolt 5 years hence that would otherwise cost 1,000 lives. We can... That is the skein, Mara said quietly. No, he said, jabbing a finger at the candle. It's not. The skein was total. It did not merely whisper. It carved. It cut. It decided. We only advise. From a room with a locked door, Rivel said. Bellerin ignored him. You saw what happened when there was no guidance at all, he said to Mara. You were there. You watched kings tear each other apart over chairs. You watched cities starve because no one thought to store grain. You watched men who could have changed everything die in gutters because they trusted the wrong hand. Mine. I also watched what you would call guidance turn dragons into tyrants, she said. I watched wars planned generations in advance. I watched children never born because some line on a stone said their existence would make a future battle untity. Don't speak to me of necessity, Bellerin. I have seen what that word hides. He took a breath. We are not dragons, he said. We are maesters. We are human. We are bound by oaths to serve the realm, not rule it. Oaths not all of you keep, Rivel said softly. Thren shifted, his iron links clinking. You speak as if you have already decided we are villains, he said to Mara. Perhaps you should first see what we do, not only what you fear we might do. She looked at the candle. Its light pulled at her. The Valyrian presence within was thinner, yes, but not gone. She could feel it like the memory of a handprint on old stone. You ask the echo of an old arrogance to help you prevent new ones, she said. And you trust it will not pull you back into its old habits. We do not rely on it, Elira said. We learn from it. We study its responses. We cross-check them against our own models. This is not mysticism. It is scholarship. Scholarship that already sends letters to lords with advice. Mara said. That already hides in basements. If this is so noble, why do it in shadow? Because people fear what they do not understand, Valyrian said. You know this. You came here because men feared what you did in the Godswoods. If we announced that the Citadel was experimenting with guiding magic, half the realm would call for our heads on spikes. We proceed quietly, carefully, until we can show our success. And if your careful experiments go wrong? She asked. If you nudge a boy away from drowning his sister and into killing his father, if you whisper to a lord to lower taxes and he takes that as license to empty the granaries, who bears that cost? Valyrian hesitated. We do, he said. No, she said. They do. Silence stretched. Ravel cleared his throat, the sound dry as old parchment. Mara, he said, we have 2 tasks. To convince these fools that they are playing with tinder near spilled oil, and to figure out how to keep the oil from taking fire even if they listen. Perhaps we start with 1, he went on. Show us, Valyrian. Show her. Let her see exactly what you are doing. If it is as benign as you claim, it will bear scrutiny. Valyrian's jaw tightened. Very well, he said. 1 demonstration. Then you will at least criticize what you have seen, not what you imagine. He gestured to the candle. A novice had been waiting in the shadows, a thin lad with a nervous swallow. He stepped forward, clutching a small object, something like a child's toy, a carved wooden ship with no sail. A focus, Thren said, noting Mara's glance. Something simple. The boy has shown aptitude for seeing connections between things. We will ask the skein to nudge a bit of wind. To what end? She asked. Valyrian smiled, thin. To give a woman in the Riverlands a fair chance, he said. Her husband's boat is due to arrive tomorrow in Riverrun, with a cargo that will decide whether they eat this winter. If he is delayed by lack of wind, a rival will move first and take the contract. If the wind fills his sails, he arrives on time. No one dies. No war is sparked. We are simply balancing scales tipped by chance. Guy. Mara closed her eyes for a moment. She saw faintly the woman in question, hands raw from scrubbing, eyes lined by too many sleepless nights. She saw her husband on the boat, fretting at the empty sails, cursing the lazy river. She saw the rival, a man whose pockets were already full enough, whose children would eat whether or not he secured this particular contract. It was, on the face of it, a small kindness. It was also a choice. Ask, she said. The novice swallowed and stepped closer to the candle. Show me the river, he whispered, voice trembling. The boat, the wind. The candle's light thickened. Mara felt a tug, gentle, almost polite, at the edge of her perception. The old Valyrian presence, thinner now, reached along the boy's request, seeking threads. In a village miles away, a woman looked up from her washing and felt a strange certainty that her husband would come home on time. On the river, a breeze stirred. The rival in Riverrun dropped a cup, spilling wine, cursing. The spilled wine soaked into a contract that would need to be rewritten, delaying him long enough for the other boat to arrive first. So simple, Elira breathed, watching the candle. So clean. Mara watched the ripples. She saw another boat, farther downriver, whose captain cursed the sudden shift of wind that pushed him harder toward a weir where his steering was less sure. He corrected in time. This time. Another day he might not. She saw a boy on the riverbank, practicing with a makeshift bow fashioned from a stick and string. The wind plucked at his hair, distracted him. His arrow went wide, saving a frog he might otherwise have skewered. She saw threads, tiny and sprawling, shifting. Do you see? Valyrian asked softly. No blood, no sacrifice, just a shove. And next time, she asked, a larger shove? A sharper one? When a lord comes to you begging that his sick child be spared, will you call that a small kindness too? when a king asks you to whisper to his enemies' dreams to make them less brave? We are not children, Valyrian said. We can say no. You are already saying yes, she replied. They stared at each other. The candle burned between them. Mera could feel the pillars echo within it, a faint memory of Varamore's sigh. We wanted to save the world, that memory said. We thought each small kindness was worth any cost. We did not ask whom we were writing out of the story. She stepped closer. Who is the boy? She asked. A novice, Valyria said, surprised. He came to us because he has talent. What is his name? Mera asked. Lomas, the boy said, voice small. How old are you, Lomas? She asked. 15, he said. How long have you been doing this? She asked. He glanced at Valyrian, then at the candle. 3 months, he said. How often do you see something you did not expect? She asked. He hesitated. Sometimes, he admitted. It's like, when you tug one thread, another moves that you didn't see. But we are learning to account for that. We make maps. Your maps will never be big enough, she said. Not if you are honest. Valorian's patience snapped. What would you have us do then? He demanded. Sit on our hands while accidents pile up. Let wildfire burn without attempting to dig fire breaks? You loosen the skein. You ask the world to grow without supports. And now you balk at anyone putting up so much as a railing. No, I would have you teach the boy to see the threads, not to pull them, she said. I would have you tell the woman in the Riverlands how to form cooperatives with her neighbors so that one husband's win does not decide 10 families' winter. I would have you use your maps to warn, not to shove. And if no one listens, he said bitterly, then they fall, she said. And they learn. Or they do not. That is the cruelty of a world without chiefs of threads. But it is their cruelty. Theirs to own. Not yours to distribute in fairer portions. No. He looked at the candle. You speak as if we have done something monstrous, he said. We gave a woman a meal. For 1 winter, she said. Perhaps, or perhaps 10 winters from now, the rival whose contract you spoiled will recall that slight when he sits on some council and votes to send fewer wagons north in a famine. Perhaps he will never know why he dislikes that name, why the letters swim a little when he reads them. Perhaps the boy on the riverbank will one day catch a frog that would have fed a girl whose hunger makes her desperate enough to take some other road. We cannot know, she finished. That is my point. You think in straight lines. The world runs in crooked ones. Valyria frowned. Are you saying we should do nothing? She asked. Truly nothing. Let any child set any fire. Let any lord bleed his people, because to intervene is to risk some unseen future hurt. No, Mera said. I am saying, intervene where you stand. Not from below a tower, not through a ghost. If the child in Old Town burns houses, go to his street. Teach him. Shield his neighbors. If the Lord bleeds his people, find the words in his ledgers that will convince him he is killing his own future. Use your hands, not a dead pillar's fingers. Nani. Thren's face tightened. You would have us risk our lives, he said. To go into such places, to stand between dragons and fools. Yes, she said. Valyrian laughed, a short, harsh sound. You want us to be heroes, he said. We are scholars. You want to be gods, she replied. Pick one. Revel's shoulders shook once with what might have been a suppressed snort. Silence pooled in the room. We cannot put this back, Valyrian said finally, gesturing at the candle. Even if we cease our work, others will not. There are scrolls in Karth, stones in Ashai, priests in Volantis, witches in the mountains. The world is full of those who would build patterns. If not us, then them. Then show them what happens when you try, Mera said. He stared. I am not calling you harmless, she said. I am saying, if you do this, do it in the open. Admit what you are doing. Let others watch. Let those whose lives you would touch stand in this room and say yes or no. You might be surprised how often they prefer their own bad decisions to your good ones. He looked sick at the thought. We would be torn apart, Elira whispered. By whom? Mara asked. By the same people you say you serve. Then perhaps you should ask whether you serve them in truth, or simply your idea of their best selves. Rivel placed his lantern on the table, its ordinary flame a small, stubborn light beside the candle's strange glow. I know you care, he said to Valyrian. You would not be here if you did not. You look at the wild magics and you see fire in a dry forest. Mara is not saying you must walk away. She is saying, stop pretending you can control the blaze from a safe distance. Either walk into the trees with water in your hands, or accept that some fires must burn. This is madness, Thren muttered. It's humility, Mara said. The thing Valyria never learned. The candle flickered. A faint, forgotten laugh stirred in its depth. Varamore, that old ghost, thin and scattered now, watched the humans argue and felt a weary, wry affection. We are threads, he whispered, echoing his own words back to himself through the glass. Remember. Lomas flinched, gooseflesh rising on his arms. Did you hear that? He whispered. Mara met his eyes. Yes, she said. What was it? He asked. An old mistake, she said. Learning to admit it. In the end, the Order of the Loom did not disband. Men who had learned to pull at threads do not easily let go. But they did, under pressure, under scrutiny, under Rivel's gentle insistence and Mara's sharper prodding, move their work into the light. They published their findings. They admitted their experiments. Word spread. Some lords were furious. Some were intrigued. Some were frightened. A few, very few, came to Old Town to sit in the rooms where such nudges were crafted and asked bluntly, do you intend to put your fingers in my life? Having to look those people in the eye changed more of the Order's hearts than any argument. The candle in the basement burned less often. Sometimes, when they stood over some particularly tempting tangle, a famine in the Westerlands that could be eased by a single well-timed storm, a dispute over succession in Dorne that might turn bloody, they would feel its hum, its invitation. They spoke instead of ravens and granaries. They sent letters not with answers, but with questions. Have you considered? Do you remember when? What will you do if... It was slower. Messier taught. The world did not become a paradise of perfect choices. A child in the Vale with the ability to make stones float was still hurled from a tower by a terrified uncle. A lord in the Reach still chose war over compromise, because his pride could not bear the thought of yielding to a younger woman. A red priest in Lys still burned a man on a hunch that the flames might show him something. There were also quieter victories. A girl in White Harbor who could hear the thoughts of fish refused to let a merchant use her gift to corner the herring market, because Mara had once sat with her on the harbor wall and told her stories of what happened when men tried to use gifts to own the world. She used her hearing instead to bring back sailors' lost nets and drowned boys' bodies. A boy in Dorne, whose dreams always showed fire, learned in time to tell when the heat meant drought and when it meant anger in a lover's heart. He became a counselor, not a prophet. Mara went back to Winterfell. She lived long enough to see Tolan earn his first links, his fingers as stained with ink as hers had ever been. She lived long enough to see him argue with Archmaester Bellerin in letters, their words crossing the realm like ravens. Later generations argued about her. Some said she had saved the world a second time, in a quieter way, by preventing a new skein from taking hold. Some said she had condemned it to endless chaos. Some said she had merely delayed the next grand attempt at control. She did not hear those arguments. By then, she was part of the Roots. She died in the Godswood, as Edrin had, her back against the heart tree, her scrap of parchment folded in her hand. Tolan found her, eyes closed, lips curved faintly. The heart tree's leaves whispered above her. Little root returns, it said. We remember, the roots answered. Sap, ink, and blood sank together into the earth. In the centuries that followed, the world did what it had always done. It forgot. It remembered. It told stories. Some of those stories were of dragons and ice demons and kings. Some were of maesters and candles and arguing in basements. Some were of a kitchen girl who had touched a tree and a pillar and decided that no one should ever hold all the threads again. Valyrian sorcery never died. It became one color among many in the tapestry of the world, a faint shimmer in certain dreams, a taste of metal on certain tongues when storms rolled in. It whispered, sometimes, to those who listened hard enough. Not commands, not even advice most days, just memory. Remember what we were, it would murmur, in a candle's flicker, in a dragon's eye, in the way steel sings when struck. Remember what we did. Remember what you chose, when you could have let us keep doing it. The trees answered with their own murmurs. Remember that we watched before you came and will watch after you go, they said. Remember that we grow slowly, that we bend, that we break and sprout again. Death said nothing, but always held out his hand. In some small village, a child woke one day with the peculiar feeling that when she spoke, patterns shifted. She went to the local godswood, if there was one, or to the nearest fire, if there was not, or to the quietest place she could find. Is anyone listening? She asked. Voices answered, old and new, distant and near, human and not. She sat down. She listened. She decided for herself which ones to heed.